Before. How about now? Can you hear me now? You can hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me now. Then I'll start all over again. So if you can hear me now, if you can't hear me, then can Alexander Gomez please call me if you can't hear me? I'll carry on because I'm going to another screen now, but it looks as though you can hear me okay. Okay, so that's fine. So we carry on. I must have pressed the wrong button. So we start entirely all over again. So I was running you through the headlines. So let me just so we just have to. Okay, that's brilliant. So thank you, Alexander, for that. So yes, I was saying. So the headlines to be represented. Peter Obi emerges Labour Party presidential candidate after Pat Utomi's endorsement. So what I was saying, whilst I was stupidly muted myself, is that is this Peter Obi emergence as the candidate for the Labour Party? Is this somewhat a favor? Is this somewhat a nod? Is the winner really Atiku? Because I see this very much as something that aids Atiku's cause. So Peter Obi imagine as Labour Party presidential candidate. If you think about it critically, the one winner of that occurrence is actually Atiku. This is an Atiku victory right there, not a Peter Obi victory or an Atiku victory. Peter Obi emerges Labour Party presidential candidate after Pat Utomi's endorsement. So that not only is Atiku's victory, but it's also a favor to the APC because, of course, Pat Utomi steps down for Peter Obi, which then, hold on, yeah. So because Pat Utomi, of course, hold on. Oh, all right. Sorry about that. So Pat Utomi also steps down for Peter Obi, which is somewhat a nod in the direction of APC, because then it opens up that consensus narrative so that when APC presents a consensus candidate, they can predicate it upon a precedent, which has already been set by Labour Party. So all of the activities that happened in the Labour Party today is essentially a nod to the North. It's essentially favors to the North. Favor to Atiku, Peter Obi winning that ticket, and favor somewhat to the APC, opening that consensus possibility because there's already a precedence for them to hinge an argument on if they decide to go to that route. So anybody but Peter Obi won that presidential ticket with the Labour Party, by my reckoning. Second headline repeats, Peter Obi emerges Labour Party presidential candidate after Professor Utomi steps down for him. So we read one or the other from that space. So on to the next, and this is a skirmish that is slowly bubbling into a full-blown fight within the Nigerian space. I'm talking about the Arewa group, and I'm talking about OHANAEZE. So that contractor that has been going on between these two elements is something that has been subsisting for quite a few months now. Anytime that OHANAEZE takes a stance, the Arewa youth or Arewa group, they take a counter stance. Anytime that an incident happens, OHANAEZE takes a position, the Arewa group takes another position. So to this headline, 2023, we won't allow campaigns for Igbo presidential candidates in the North. Arewa group, of course, to their now arch rival or arch enemy or OHANAEZE. So this is it right there. Now, daggers drawn permanently between those two organizations, I suspect. 2023, we won't allow campaigns for Igbo presidential candidates in the North. Arewa group to OHANAEZE. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. Tinubu Amechi orders storm venue of APC presidential screening. So it looks as though at last that screening is taking place at the 11th hour. But then why they are being screened, of course, we have no idea. Notable though, Goodluck Jonathan not at that screening. it may not be at that screening for this reason. Buhari disowned plot to drive Jonathan into APC presidential race. So there it is right there. All the schemings and the machinations of the cabal. It looks as though it will come to nothing. But what's the fallout? What is the outcome of this whole process? The outcome of this process, if Jonathan is not presented, is the total rubbishing of this guy now. He has been exposed as a power-lusting, power-hungry, blood-fanged vampire sort of a person. The scum of the earth is what you will want to see him as if he doesn't then get that ticket. He has been used and abused, used and dumped, and made a mockery of. If he doesn't get that ticket, forever and in perpetuity, the name Goodluck Jonathan will be a laughingstock in Nigeria. Buhari disowns plot to draft Jonathan into APC presidential race. It's impossible for him to walk back from that because, of course, you'd expect elements like Reno mockery to be cascading and just swamping the social media space now, trying to reverse positions for Goodluck Jonathan. But we're seen and heard enough to say that he has been punked. He has been punked if he doesn't get that ticket. Utomi steps down for Peter Obi, so that repeats a third time. So we abandon that one, of course. This one now, a naivety, you may say. PDP primary, I am shocked, primordial sentiments triumphed. AYIM speaking, so he is somewhat claiming consternation that the Fulanis plotted to favor their own and to favor their interest. So is this naivety or is this rank stupidity? Because it's certainly not anything that anybody that understands the backdrop of the Nigerian space should be saying. A senior politician then claiming alarm at Fulani treachery. Where have you been? PDP primary, I am shocked, primordial sentiments triumphed. AYIM. So quite what led him to that shock, we find out shortly. Okay, we have Peter Obi again, so we abandon that. All right, so let's abandon that. And then Wike pledges full support for Atiku. So it's gone to full circle. Oga always na master. So Oga na master, Wike now, Wike now, you know, on his knees as we expect him to be. He will huff and puff and he will do rascality. He will lick his wound and then he will bow. Bow, the king of the north. So the king of the north holds sway in the PDP. But which king will emerge within the APC? So all of that in play from Peter Obi through AYIM to Atiku, etc. So the full diet, the most exciting platform on YouTube by none, the most exciting platform on YouTube by none. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed. Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu file keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de everybody o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niriwa Gbese, the most exciting platform on YouTube bar none. Ikoko Niriwa Gbese, as guys, I bring you this. Peter Obi emerges Labour Party presidential candidate after Pat Utomi's endorsement. Former Anambra Governor Peter Obi has picked the presidential ticket of the Labour Party. This comes after another presidential aspirant on the platform of the party, Professor Pat Utomi endorsed Obi, who only joined the party last week. Utomi, a renowned professor of political economy, had stepped down and endorsed Obi on Monday at the venue of the party's presidential primaries in Delta. Correspondents, however, learned that Utomi was instrumental in Obi joining the Labour Party from the PDP. Professor Utomi brought Peter Obi to Labour Party in the first place, and he has now endorsed him, a source told correspondents on Monday. The venue of the primary, holding today, Monday, is Orchid Hotels, GRA Asaba, the state capital. The third force movement under the umbrella of the National Consultative Front, NC Front, had on Sunday called on more leaders of conscience in the country to quickly join the Labour Party following its adoption by the third force as the alternative big tent for the 2023 election. The third force movement was initiated. The third force movement was initiated to create a strong platform to challenge the All Progressive Congress APC and the People's Democratic Party PDP, both of which had had the opportunities to lead Nigeria and failed. A statement by Ms. Bilikis Bello, the communications executive of the NC Front, disclosed this on Sunday. Obi left the People's Democratic Party PDP last week, blaming recent developments in the party for his defection. Obi, in a letter dated May the 25th, 2022, and titled Resignation from People's Democratic Party PDP and Withdrawal from the presidential contest, resigned from the PDP and withdrew from the presidential contest. Correspondents had exclusively reported that Obi was dumping the PDP for Labour Party. The newspaper had also earlier reported that Obi was planning to dump the opposition party. PDP had fixed May the 28th and 29th for its presidential primaries. A source close to Obi had said the former governor was leaving the PDP for Labour Party. He is leaving for the Labour Party, the source told correspondents. As earlier reported by correspondents, the source had said Obi was on. Okay, so it gives us a backdrop. So what the main news is the first half of that piece. So the main news essentially is that Obi is now the presidential candidate for the Labour Party, having been endorsed by Pat Utomi, Professor Pat Utomi, who steps down for him. But what does this mean? This is essentially a gift to Atiku Abubakar. This is what this means. Because, of course, all the Eastern votes will go to Obi. So any Southern candidate that is presented by the APC can forget the East, and that complement of votes that Obi will take out of the election tussle will essentially give Atiku the presidency, because he will be strong in the North and he will have somewhat of a presence in the Southwest. But if anybody who is not a Southeasterner is presented by the APC, and there are no Southeasterners in the APC, so that's not going to happen, then all the Southeast votes will go to Labour Party. Then the Southerner, if a Southerner is presented by the APC, then the Southerner presented by the APC will only have to scramble for the Southeast and a little bit of the South-South, because they might decide not to go with that Labour and whatever it is that Peter Obi is doing. So, but the Southeast will certainly go with that space. So he removes the Southeastern space, the Southeastern votes from the presidential elections. to then leave the southwest and a little bit of the south-south and this vast swathe of the north for whoever the southerner, if it is a southerner, that APC presents to counterweight Atiku to battle over. So essentially, what happened today is a gift to Atiku. That is how I read it, a gift to Atiku. So there it is right there, but he thinks he's playing politics. But then, of course, Peter Obi often accused of naivety. Is this a naive thing that's just happened? And has he now, by this action, served up the South to perpetual servitude for yet another 8 years to a Fulani man? So the South yet in servitude, just off the back of that action, to a Fulani man for another 8 years yet again. 2023, we won't allow campaigns for Igbo presidential candidates in the North, Arewa Group to OHANAEZE. Northern Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, and Arewa Group has vowed to disrupt campaign events of Igbo presidential candidates in the North after a similar threat was issued by prominent Igbo group ahead of the 2023 general polls. President of NYCN, Comrade Isha Abubakar, was reacting to the threat of the apex Igbo socio-political and cultural organization OHANAEZE in Igbo worldwide to oppose Atiku Abubakar and the People's Democratic Party PDP, on which platform the former vice president recently emerged presidential candidate. Reacting to Atiku's victory, OHANAEZE had in a statement through its Secretary General Mazi Okechukwu Izegu-Zoro said that the PDP presidential candidate would never become Nigeria's president. The group also made it clear that no Igbo person would be allowed to campaign and project Atiku's presidential agenda in the region, describing the PDP, which is the main opposition party in Nigeria, as having been reduced to a northern party. OHANAEZE rejected Atiku's candidacy, alleging that his emergence as PDP's candidate was a plot by unpatriotic northerners against the southern part of the country. But NYCN National President Comrade Isa Abubakar, however, chided OHANAEZE for attempting to stoke mutual hatred and ethnic division amongst Nigerians by coming out openly to condemn the transparent process that threw up Atiku as PDP's flag bearer ahead of next year's presidential election. According to him, OHANAEZE as a group has turned itself into an agent of disunity whose stock in trade is to incite Nigerians of varying ethnic, religious, and political creeds against each other. Issa urged Southeast elders to quickly call OHANAEZE to order with a view to forestalling the possibility of other regional ethnic groups issuing same kind of violent threats to politicians from the Southeast. If they don't do the needful, we may be forced to also take drastic action against Southeast presidential candidates. We won't allow them to set their foot on our land. Otherwise, the consequences will be grave. It is time radical and ethnic chauvinistic groups like the OHANAEZE were cut to size, Issa said. So that is that fight. Pardon me, that fight is something that is now a recurring decimal and is somewhat gaining crescendo within the Nigerian political space, or OHANAEZE versus the Northerners. So this is now something that is bubbling up nicely, or should I say nicely, is bubbling up worryingly within the Nigerian political landscape. So excuse me one moment, I need to blow my nose. So let me just play you a little bit of music as I just set about doing that. Oh, you do I fall. Oh, Mary, And there it is right there. Nnamdi wins the war. So that is the contretemps between the Easterners and the Northerners. This is a fight that's been going on for 60 odd years. Tinubu Amechi orders storm venue of APC presidential screening. Presidential aspirant of the All Progressive Congress on Monday stormed the Transcorp Hilton for the party screening exercise. Former Lagos State Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu and ex-Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi were amongst the aspirants present. Others include Senator Ibikunle Amosun, Governor Dave Umahi, Emeka Nwajuabi, Pastor Tunde Bakari, Nicholas Felix, Uju Ken Ohanenye, Aji Boniface, Ken Namani. The screening committee is chaired by former APC National Chairman John Oyegun, APC National Chairman Abdullahi Adamu, and National Secretary Iyola Omishore are also sitting in on the exercise. Aspirants removed from the list of the screening committee include Akinwumi Adesina, Goodluck Jonathan, Chris Ngige, Temipre Silva, and Godwin Emefiele. So it's not so much, it's notable more, the names that were removed from the screening, more notable than the names that were screened. So the names that were screened, you expect them to go through the screening process, but the journey obviously ends for the names that were removed from the screening. Not even APC will say they didn't screen somebody and they will be president. Aspirants removed from the list of the screening committee include Akinwumi Adesina, who never indicated that he wanted to be president in the first instance, Chris Ngige, who may well have dropped that ambition, Temipre Silva, who was always just chancing his hand, and Godwin Emefiele, who has decided to carry on looting the billions of dollars in the central bank than aspire to be president. But the name, of course, that catches it all, Goodluck Jonathan. So Goodluck Jonathan not on the screening list. So is this a first tranche or is this the screening? So Goodluck Jonathan has been removed. Aspirants removed from the list of the screening committee include Akinwumi Adesina, no surprises, Chris Ngige, maybe not surprised, Temipre Silva, what was he even doing there? Godwin Emefiele, he's a crook and wants to carry on stealing, but Goodluck Jonathan, and there it is right there. And that is the punk moment. That is the punk moment. We saw him in endless meetings with Abdullahi Adamu. We saw him in covert nocturnal meetings with Maman Daura, and the permutation of all of it, this is where it ends. Aspirants removed from the list of the screening committee include Akinwumi Adesina, Goodluck Jonathan, Chris Ngige, Temipre Silva, and Godwin Emefiele, or Emefiole, as they now are rebranding within the Nigerian space. So still on the Jonathan space, to hammer it down, pardon me, still on the Jonathan space, Buhari disowns plot to draft Jonathan into APC presidential race. So there is the final nail then. President Muhammad Buhari has distanced himself from plots to draft former President Goodluck Jonathan into the All Progressive Congress APC presidential primaries. A top government source in the know who pleaded anonymity have said, recall that there are speculative news reports claiming that the APC has granted Jonathan waiver to join the presidential race, even though he's not known to have, let me take that again. Let me take that in its entirety again. President Muhammadu Buhari has distanced himself from plots to draft former President Goodluck Jonathan into the All Progressive Congress APC presidential primaries. A top government source in the know who pleaded anonymity has said. Recall that there are speculative news reports claiming that the APC had granted Jonathan waiver to join the presidential race, even though he's not known to have properly fulfilled membership requirements, there has not been any formal confirmation that he submitted the presidential nomination forms or whether he would be included in the screening expected to happen this week. According to Villa sources, whilst few APC members, including a northern governor, are behind the push to draft Jonathan into the party's presidential primaries, Buhari has embargoed release of photos of any meetings between him and the former president at this time to the public until further notice. So what does that mean? So Buhari doesn't want pictures of him meeting with Goodluck Jonathan to be released to the public. So what does this mean? It could in one instance mean that it doesn't want those pictures showing as though he's endorsing Goodluck Jonathan. But conversely, it could also mean that he's endorsing Goodluck Jonathan privately, but he doesn't want it leaked in public. So you could choose to read that two ways. Buhari has embargoed release of photos of any meetings between him and the former president at this time to the public until further notice. The source added that, actually that's the sources, so more than one source. The sources added that the president took the decision because he does not want such images to be used to confer any modicum of support to the plot to get Jonathan into the race. The sources added that there are also concerns in the presidential villa that Jonathan's aides are involved in actively keeping the plot alive in the media by releasing photos of his visits to the APC chairman and Alhaji Mamandaura in order to insinuate that these two gentlemen are in support of the plot. Aso Rock sources added that the former president is not being precluded from visiting the villa at this time. Okay, let me read, because I thought that should read is being precluded, but it says it's not being precluded. Aso Rock sources added that the former president is not being precluded from visiting the villa at this time, in line with protocol expectations, being a former president in good standing and due to his international assignments for which he has to regularly brief President Buhari. Although the president has not indicated who is backing for the APC presidential primaries, an informed presidency source explained that former President Jonathan is certainly not in the picture at all, and the mentioning of his name has been invoking feelings of absurdity and ridicule in the villa. So, Goodluck Jonathan, I did say, and Alexander was saying I should recall that I'm being too excessive. I did say that this guy's name has now become a subject of mirth and ridicule. And this is what even MALLAM Buhari is saying, that get that ridiculous guy away from me. That he must not come near this villa. Although the president has not indicated who is backing for the APC presidential primaries, an informed presidency source explained that former President Jonathan is certainly not in the picture at all, and the mentioning of his name has been invoking feelings of absurdity and ridicule in the villa. The source recalled that when during a public interview earlier this year, a journalist asked the president to use one word to describe the PDP, he instantly said failure. How then would the same person who feels that way and feels that way strongly would then be contemplating supporting the same PDP candidate he roundly defeated? The source asked. It was also disclosed that neither the APC chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, nor Mamandaura are behind the plot to draft Jonathan, as it is being suggested. According to the source, it is only the aides of the former president that are going to town to create such an impression. The source further added, all these plots would be over in a matter of a few days, as the APC presidential primaries are now irreversibly set and the president's choice would be known. So there it is right there. and thus it becomes a Baba Salah figure, a figure of ridicule and a figure of mirth. How hard the mighty falling. How hard the mighty falling as we go on to the next. And of course, you respect Reno Mokri to be going overdrive on social media now to say, no, His Excellency did not. When did they tell you that? You people are so dumb, you cannot. But we saw what happened, and we saw how your principal has been punked. Reno, I know you're listening, so this directly to you. Your principal, Reno, has been punked. He has been punked. PDP primary, I am shocked. Primordial sentiments triumphed. AYIM. As congratulatory messages continued to pour in favor, as congratulatory messages continued to pour in for former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Senator PIUS AYIM, has lamented that voting preferences at the convention still reflected old patterns of primordial sentiments and wondered if the national desire to find solution to her problems will be realized by such actions. In a statement he personally signed, he, however, congratulated Atiku, who polled 371 votes to defeat his closest rival, Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike, who scored 237 votes. AYIM, who polled 14 votes, thanked all those who supported his quest to be the PDP 2023 presidential candidate. I am proud to have gone through the process to the end. However, I am shocked that considerations for voting the PDP presidential candidate was not based on burning national issues or how to resolve them, but still on the old primordial sentiments. It appears doubtful if our search for nationhood is yielding any results. I deeply appreciate and thank all those who stood by me throughout this race, especially those who voted for me at the primary election. I want to assure you all that we shall continue to stand tall until we birth the Nigeria of our collective dreams. So there it is right there. So that is essentially, but what stuns me, what alarms me is that he is stunned that the Fulani favors their own. So I wonder which country this, a senior politician, and he's claiming incredulousness that what transpired. We had been talking about it all the way through. Engineer never tells us anything other than these people back their own, but a senior politician is alarmed that the Fulanis are clannish in their politics. Welcome to the real world. The end of surrender. All right, sir. Twale. So, all right, sir. Twale. Wike pledges full support for Atiku. Organa Master. All right, sir. Twale. So, all right, sir. Twale. Governor Yemisi Wike of Rivers State has promised to fully support Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). In a post on his official Facebook page on Monday, Wike wrote, I made a vow to the official People's Democratic Party (PDP) Nigeria that I will support whoever emerges from the PDP presidential primaries, and I am not going to go back on my words. I cannot abandon the PDP. We will be fully supporting Atiku Abubakar. He doesn't really need to say more than that, and he hasn't really said more than that, but all he has said is, all right, sir, Ogasa Twale. So Ogasa Twale, Organa Master, and all of those lovely things. So let's come in then to see who is available. A full complement of the boys. So Exiro, I see you. Ogweni Thomas, I see you. Truth to Power, I see you. The Mighty Ajelian Koko, I see you. Can you mute yourself as you are coming in? Rational Mind, I see you. Charlie Boy, I see you. Ete, I see you. And Babakure, I see you. So the A list all in presence, all in presence, I should say, and of course the A list completed by engineer. So the A list all in presence, as Alexander anticipates a bombastic session. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. Where do we even start is the question. Let's kick it off with Ajanle Koko, and this really surrender of Yemsen Wike. He had no choice but to surrender, and it took a moment, but it didn't take too long. So the party over everything, if nothing else, a good party man. So what are you then making of Wike's all right, sir, Twale? So what are you making then of Twale by Wike Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, Moman. Let me say good afternoon, good evening to my co-panelists on the show. And let me urge our listeners around the world, as you are joining the show, please click on the like button or your thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. Please do as well. And you can share this program to your friends wherever they are around the world. One man, the action of Wike is not a surrender, but a show of leadership and commitment to the party. The convention that was held on Saturday, Wike was the man of the show. He was the proof that his leadership has transformed from that of the state level to the national level. He has really put himself out there to Nigerians as a political fighter. He has emerged within PDP as a strong voice and a strong politician from the South. He said it that power must shift to the South. He was one of the 17 governors that grouped together, held several meetings in the South, calling for power shift to the South. He jumped into the action. He deployed resources. He fought hard all the way to the level of the convention, primary convention, and he put up a very strong show. Unfortunately, he could not secure the ticket, but he did very good with the performance that he came up with. The outcome of the result shows that, yes, Wike was the man of the convention. Wike was a man to respect, but unfortunately for him, the political father in the game carried the day. That is the way it works in politics. Atiku has been the man that been pursuing this. He have all that it takes. He's the man to beat, according to all our permutation. And but Wike performance surprised everybody. For Wike attempt for this position for the first time, and for him to beat what do you call this guy from Kwara? Saraki, and to beat Tambua, and to beat all of them. Man, it's a man to be respected. So he have said it before the primary that whoever that emerges, that not him, he will support that person. and is fulfilling his promise to the party. It's a strong party man.
Ajane Koko, if you say that Wike was not doing all right, sir, to Atiku, why was he then bowing and kneeling down saying, well done, sir?
Oh, well, by our culture, irrespective of where we come from in Nigeria, we respect our elders. Atiku Abubakar is far older than him. Atiku Abubakar is of the same political level with his godfather. When Peter Obi was governor, Atiku Abubakar, I can tell you, was a senior in politics to Wike, political godfather. So it would be disrespectful for him not to respect him. So I believe it's just showing a macro respect in accordance to our tradition.
All right.
You know, that is what he was doing.
Ajane Koko, I want to show you something, and I want you to explain this because somewhat on bended knees, like, Daddy, I'm sorry.
Daddy, I'm sorry.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, one man.
Look at that. All right, sir.
One man, let me tell you. This video,
toilet.
This
video is straightforward now.
Who is this?
It's the engineer. That's toilet now. All right, sir. All right, sir. You will live forever. Baba, look at that. It's an eco politics.
One man, if I'm not getting it wrong, I don't think this is a current video. It looked like 2019 video.
No, that was at the convention. That was at the convention.
That was at the convention?
I think so. That was where they came out.
That wasn't the clothes that Wike had on at the convention. It was putting on kind of Ankara. That was what I saw him at the convention. So I'm looking at that video as 2019 when it was back in Tambua, and after the show, after Abubakar emerged as the candidate and he met him, and that was when he was showing Baba, you have won, no, we have no other choice, we will support you. So I might be proved wrong, but that's the way I see because I was looking at that.
We can see PIUS AYIM there as well. So is the whole complement of this play, but anyway, that was just a little.
It might be current, but you know, I wasn't that clothes that what do you call Wike had, or that was what I saw him wearing at the show, particularly when he was making speech. I was urging delegates, you know, to vote for him, and so that by the side.
Woman, can you play us that one that he just said, the one that I gave a speech?
Which one?
When Wike said he's going to support anybody that maybe that will settle that aspect.
I don't have it to hand. If you have it, then just drop it in the.
I think it should be on the channels. I think channels has it.
Oh, all right, all right. If in the course of yes, but Ajane Koko. So really, so that closes then any controversy around the PDP space. So everybody together now to launch at APC.
Yes. Oh, yes. So they don't have any other choice. They have to come together as a family, and they have to bury their archer. They have to put everything behind them and forge ahead in unity. Come out with a very strong position to Nigerian people. Why Nigerian people have to vote them in. So that is what is left for them to do. And I believe that Atiku, for what he did in 2019, he put up a very strong show against Buhari, even though Buhari as an incumbent president, they rattled them. I believe he have the experience, he have all the resources that it take, you know, to do it again. And I don't have no doubt in my mind that, yes, they will rattle APC this time, because APC they are in position of weakness. They have destroyed this country. They don't have anything to show for this country. Why they have to retain in power? We just have to ask ourselves: are we better off today than when we were in 2015? We are not. We are worse off. That is the only question, and that is where Nigerians have to think of where to vote this time around. So that's my question.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let me take you to the main talking points then. Before I take you there, by the way, as ever, we are looking for that 100 likes. You know that that's the benchmark for us now. So, if you can quickly help get us to 100 likes, then I won't be pausing into the in-between to be pleading, get us to 100. So, we have more than enough people to get us even past the 100. So click on the like button, if you will, because that aids the platform. But the main talking point, Ajale Koko, at least one of the key talking points of the session, Peter Obi, of course, he found a home to park his ambition in Labour Party, which he just joined a week ago. But even having only joined the party a week ago, they've been able to permutate to the point that they've handed him the most prized asset of that party. So Peter Obi has emerged as the presidential candidate. Peter Obi has emerged as the presidential candidate for the Labour Party. But then, because Pat Utomi stepped down to endorse him, Ikerimadu left PDP to join that party, as a swathe of Easterners are now just trooping to that party. So is Labour Party transmuting one into an Eastern party, an Igbo party? Is this what is transmuting into, with all the senior Easterners going to park their politics in that space? So that's one. But is Peter Obi getting this ticket? Is the victory actually for Atiku? Because he takes away a clutch of his southern votes from the presidential race. So to all of that, Peter Obi's emergence is the party transmuting into an Eastern party, Labour Party, and does his victory in that, I say his victory, his endorsement as their presidential candidate, is that somewhat covertly, by extension, a victory somewhat of sorts for Atiku? So all of that, Ajale Koko.
Well, we have to keep watching. I don't know if Labour's Party can transform to Igbo Party, because we know one party that is identified with Igbo, which is ABGA. So if Igbo people can dump in ABGA for Labour, then we will see what is going to happen. But I don't see it I don't see Labour turning into Eastern party. We just say that because of
you don't think so with every Easterner now running there?
Well, we know that tribal politics is what plays out in Nigerian politics. So Peter Obi, some people are attached to Peter Obi now emotionally. I'm not saying that Peter Obi is not a good candidate. You know, he's qualified for the job. He's as a former governor, he did well in Anambra State. So if people that are connected to him, you know, on the ground of tribal line and emotionally, yes, they can jump into it, because we have been hearing all sort of emotion running everywhere. PDP is robbing them. PDP is doing this. PDP is doing that. So he has moved there, and Ekweremadu, as he said, is moving there. That of Ekweremadu, I don't know the reason why it's moving there. Maybe it's not having its way in PDP. Some strong contenders are emerging in that space against him, you know, to lead once again. Maybe that is why he's looking for a safer place where he can still have its political relevance. So, but good for Peter Obi, and thankful. You should be thankful to Party Tomi as well, that according to the report you read, that lured him to Labour and stepped down for him to emerge as the candidate. Yes, he's pursuing an ambition. He's now a candidate. Whether Labour will be able to put off a strong fight against the two candidates.
Do you expect him to? Sorry, Ajale Koko. Do you expect him now being the presidential candidate? Do you expect him to sweep up the Eastern votes?
That's not possible. You cannot sweep up the Eastern vote. It's not possible
with the avalanche of support that he has.
Well, we are going to see because PDP is still strong over there. PDP presence is very strong in the East, and those that are representative of PDP in the East will fight hard for their for their own candidate, which is Atiku. And as a matter of fact, a lot of votes.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Would you concede that Obi now has almost like a Nnamdi Kanu status within the East? Does he have an Nnamdi Kanu-like status in the East now?
Maybe halfway. Maybe halfway. It's just we are just he just attained the ticket today. How it will play out along the line, that is what we don't know what will play out. But I know that we play sectional politics in Nigeria. So a lot of people from the East might support him or vote for him. But
do you think sorry, Ajale Koko, do you think the East feels aggrieved, even hard done by what they purport to be their treatment by the PDP? Do you think they feel aggrieved, hard done by how they think they were treated by the PDP?
Yes, they might feel aggrieved for the fact that they're looking up to PDP to allow power shift to the southeast, but they should ask themselves a question that since their leaders, political leaders, did not move out of PDP prior to this time, they participated in, they have members from the East in the zonal committee that was set up by the party, one member from each party, from each state of the federation, that overwhelmingly, let me say, not even over, that overwhelmingly no person single out oppose open contest. All of them support the idea of open contest, no regional, no power shift to anywhere. It should be open. That tells me that the political leaders from the East within PCP, were part of that process, that it should be open. And they have their men that paid for ticket, nomination form for this process, for open ticket, and for them to now be seeing it as if, oh yes, they are, what do you call it? Their interests, they are robbed of their interests. They should question the position of their leaders. So their leaders did not represent them well. Yeah, they should question it. But what Obi have achieved today, well, is remarkable to his political resume as a presidential ticket of a party, though not a notable party in Nigeria, because they don't have representative anywhere within the country. They have to go and compete out there with these two biggest party we have. They have to be ready. They must have a strong presence across the country. They don't have it now, but how they're going to build it before the general election, we will see. Maybe they could, but let's see how they're going to put up the fight. But they don't have the structure on the ground. They don't have it at all.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, let me take you on to the next topic.
Can I interject, Ajanle Koko, for a minute?
Yeah, come in.
Ajanle Koko, I just wanted to say that this comment you made now about Obi's remarkable achievement is at variance with what we said like 2 days ago when we were all sure that Obi was going to clinch this ticket and he was gunning for presidency. He wants his name on the ballot. He wanted to test his popularity. And we hammered and hammered and hammered on that 2 days ago. But I think some of you guys here are insisting that it was a wrong move. It was a wrong move.
I still am.
Yeah, you still feel so. But what Ajanle Koko says now is now at variance with what you guys were positing the other day.
No, you are not clear.
No,
Ajanle Koko can clarify, but Ajanle Koko said it's a remarkable achievement that he got himself on the ticket, on the ballot. So that's what he said.
Apart from being remarkable, it was what he wanted from the beginning to test his popularity. Because he's
at what price? At what price?
He has been vice president candidate, and he has seen that this time around, what the Igbo elders said specifically to them was not to accept vice presidency position since they are being disappointed.
Xero, at what price is it testing his popularity? At what price?
Is every man for his vote. That is what is testing.
Every man for his vote.
Yeah, because if it doesn't happen, we will not know the power of his popularity. Let it happen.
Okay. If I say to you, sorry, Xero, if I say to you that he's testing his popularity at the expense of a southern president, at the expense of us getting the southern president, would you say that's a price worth paying to test his popularity at the price of us getting a southern president? Is that the price worth paying?
It depends on what side of the prism you are watching it from.
Right.
From the side of the prism I'm watching it from, I think his candidacy poses a stiff competition to the other parties to fill in their best. Apart from that, you see why the APC is postponing their own day of reckoning. Because
it's not anything to do with Peter Obi.
No, it has a lot to do with the PDP and Peter Obi, of course. Because
Peter Obi is not a consideration. They want to say who.
Can I interject?
Hold on. They want to say who PDP. Peter Obi is not a factor in Nigerian politics.
Okay, well, that's the side of the prism you stand. That's why I say it depends on the side of the prism. And then number two is this step is just one of the steps. Like I've always predicted right. Now the next step is for them to galvanize more parties and more big names to back Peter Obi. Then if you're not coming in for Peter Obi, you might be coming in for his vice president's slot. If you're not coming in for that, you might be coming in for
but the whole thing is turning into an Eastern project.
Anybody can come in. But what matters most is the overall party when it comes full-fledged. It is still in process, that Labour Party. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
All right. Go on.
One man, how is it becoming an Eastern party? There's more Easterners in PDP. There are even more Easterners in ABGA. There are even more Easterners right now in APC than in Labour Party.
ABGA is an Eastern party. PDP is a broad church. APC is a broad church. But Labour Party is now turning into an Eastern party. Huh?
No, that is
it not?
False narrative. That is a false narrative. There are even more Yorubas in Labour Party. So Labour Party is not even an Eastern party by a stretch at all. All. You just name only 2 or 3 people that joined. Then all of a sudden you're saying it's an Igbotic party.
I didn't say Igbotic.
Do you know that in some quarters they believe Tinubu financed Labour Party at some point.
Well, I don't know how many rumors. It's financing SDP, Labour Party, and everybody. Is he financing everybody?
That's not now. I don't know of now because it's the new Labour Party. But I knew then it was a financier of a Labour Party. But go ahead with your program.
Yeah, but no. But do you not see how Peter Obi winning that ticket is an anti-Southern move? Because Peter Obi has built himself to like almost a Nnamdi Kanu-like figure. And we even hear it on this platform, and we hear it in every other space. So you know that he's going to sweep up the Eastern votes. So he then takes the Eastern vote out of the Nigerian presidential paradigm. Who does that favor, Atiku?
What I've observed is you've always had this mirage-like view of Peter Obi's ambition. You've always been from the pessimistic view.
No. We have to be critical of him now. Critical. We are being critical.
Yeah, critical, exactly. But he has always come up to the challenge, you know. First,
when has he ever?
First, you said he's going to settle for the vice presidency slot. He surprised.
I said he should have.
So you initially, before now, you were of the point that the Southeast, of course, Obi is the biggest name, and of course, he's going to settle for the Mr. Vice Presidency slot.
That would have been his slot. If he had stayed in the PDP, that would have played out.
Yes, but with the man, Southeast are saying they don't want that slot. They want to head the country because Hausa, Fulani, and even the South is at turn, and that is why they want to get it. And there's no difference between a Peter Obi leading the country and any other person leading the country because they are all Nigerians. No Nigerian is more Nigerian than an Igbo man. But then he comes with a lot. He comes with a lot in his of antecedents, of successes. You cannot but accept that he has done well for his state when he was there. He has a proven pedigree. So if the man wants to lead because he thinks that he can do it, that is what he always says. And
X0, sorry, my brother. Did you see the kind of people stepping down for Obi that he ridicule himself?
Patu Tomi.
Aside from Patu Tomi.
Yeah.
Do you see those ones?
Do you know that Ata the guys in that party?
No, I'm just asking you. Do you see that guy look very? I don't want to say anything. Do you see those people stepping down for Obi? Look at their caliber. Look at their caliber to Obi's caliber. Don't you see this guy ridicule himself going so low to that extent?
Let me tell you
what is being ridiculed. How did he ridicule himself? He started with
let me tell you what
well, it's somewhat diminished. There's nothing
diminishing about Peter Obi going to a Labour Party. There's nothing diminishing there. You see somebody like Kwankwaso.
Before I stray, please. What Obi is effectively telling you guys is that he is the real deal. He only needs a platform. He's a good product that only needs a platform. A good product sells itself. That's what he's telling you effectively. He doesn't care what you and the other ones who have negative perspective. When it comes to the D-Day, he knows he's a good sell. It's not always that a man who has eyes can lead blind people. It's not always, because the blind people need to see. So it's not easy to lead blind people. Rather, I feel the sensitization will go far by the time they are clear, they are really up to the task of informing and enlightening a whole lot of Nigerians about the reason why they should vote for a true Nigerian that can give them production. I'm not standing in for him, but I'm just sure that this is what Obi stands for, and this is what we need. We are dying. This country is dying. And we know that nobody in this whole jiggy jagger can give us this. Just look at all the kind of the plethora of bad criminal elements that are coming out. Even Atiku himself will not fight corruption.
Well, you said nobody can give us, but once upon a time, Peter Obi was sure that Atiku could give us the Nigeria we wanted.
He was standing as a vice president because he still had age on his side.
Are you saying he did not have confidence in his principle?
No, but apart from that, it depends on also the leverage or the kind of freedom your presidency gives you? Who knew?
No. Hold on. You were saying that Peter Obi is the panacea to all the woes in Nigeria. But I'm saying to you that just as early as 4 years ago, Peter Obi himself, and you were saying in condemnation of the rest of them. But I'm saying to you that 4 years ago, even Peter Obi himself, he was telling us that Atiku, who is still in play, is the panacea to Nigeria's problems. So that was what Peter Obi told us in 2019. And hold on. That was what Peter Obi told us in 2019. Peter Obi told us in 2019 that Atiku is the problem is the solution to Nigeria's problems. He told us that in 2019. So Atiku, we've not then had the chance to test Atiku to know if Peter Obi was right or wrong. So what has changed from 2019 to make Peter Obi change his mind that Atiku is no longer the solution to Nigeria's problem? Now he is.
Can I answer that, woman?
Then they take over. Woman, do you want to test Atiku? You want to test Atiku? That is one.
Huh?
If I'm asking if you want to test Atiku, you want to have an Atiku president.
Well, that was what Peter Obi told me in 2019 now.
Then number two.
Well, Peter Obi, as you wanted him, so if I listen to Peter Obi, then Atiku is the best man.
Okay, well,
that was what he told us.
My number two word for you now, and then that's fine now, is Peter Obi is still unraveling. The Labour Party.
But you've not answered my question though.
But I just asked you if you wanted to test an Atiku over.
No, you can't answer a question with a question. I asked you, Peter Obi. I'm sure you can't deny that because everybody saw him.
But that's not relevant.
Peter Obi told us. No. Why wouldn't it be relevant? Peter Obi told us as early as 4 years ago that Atiku was the problem to Nigeria's was the solution. I keep saying problem, but maybe that's a Freudian slip. But Atiku, as early as 2019, Peter Obi told us that Atiku was the solution to Nigeria's problems. So we did not get the chance to test Atiku to see if he is indeed, as Peter Obi told us, the solution to Nigeria's problems. Okay. So Atiku still wants to be that solution that Peter Obi told us he is in 2019, and we've not yet had the chance to test him. But now Peter Obi has changed his mind to say that Atiku is no longer the solution, but he is now the solution. So how do you square that? So what has changed from 2019 till now that makes what Peter Obi said in 2019 no longer the case?
What changed is that in 2019 we were looking for maybe 5 or 10 oranges, but what has changed now is that we have an orange tree. That's what has changed. You understand it? What has changed was in 2019 we were looking for 10 mangoes, but now
what are you talking about? Mango? You forget mango. Why is Peter? Why has Peter Obi made a fallacy of what he told us just barely 4 years ago? Was he lying to us 4 years ago? And if he was, why should we believe him now?
One man, do you have the full arrangement and the agreement between Peter Obi and Atiku of 2019?
Well, I have the arrangement that Peter Obi was the vice presidential candidate to Atiku, and he went around the country convincing us that Atiku is the solution to Nigeria's problems.
Yeah, but one man, give us a detailed agreement of what they signed.
Those are the details.
Yes, you don't know the details.
What are you saying?
What are you saying? Hold on. No, I'm just giving it. Yeah.
A vice president is not always dormant. You don't know the agreement. You don't know what Peter Obi would have had free hand to do. And that is where I think...
What free hand to do? The Constitution states the position of the... What are you talking about? Is what Peter Obi told us, what he told us in 2019, was he lying to us then, or was he misdirected? Did he not have the full facts, or has his ambition now subsumed him that he now wants to master who once upon a time he told us was his master?
Allow me to answer him. Sorry. You see,
but answer in specifics though. Don't start using obscure parables. So don't use obscure parables.
Let me answer you.
Yeah.
10 mangoes.
10 mangoes and a coconut. 10 mangoes and a coconut.
And banana.
And banana.
It's not every vice president that will be as dormant as Osibanjo. There are people in this present administration.
Are you going to answer the question now,
Two portfolios like the
Are you going to answer the question?
Yes, he was trying to get into the mainstream. That's the answer. He was trying to get into the mainstream because after being vice president, he was going to be president. You have to go in somehow. You have to come into this.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time. Hold on, and I want you to address it frontally. I did say.
One man, he said he has answered you now.
That says that you are not able to answer. So you are not able to answer. Then that defeats. That makes it a fallacy of what Peter Obi told us in 2019, or a fraud of what he's trying to do now. So is it a fallacy or a fraud?
One man, share the link. I want to see it to come in.
The link to what? You want me to go and dig up the presidential campaign from 2019?
No. CBD wants to come in.
One man, share the link. Bring the video. That's what they will be saying. No, they will be saying that.
We also saw him in 2019 now. Who did not see him in 2019?
Wants to come on the show. Wants to come
One man. Anytime you bring a fact, they will say, bring a link. Show us the video.
Or they will talk in parables.
It's not in fact, Sean, about what one man is saying. One man is just narrowing down the zero and trying to.
Are you going to answer the question?
Exactly.
I want to answer the question.
Go on. So after you, I go.
What happened in 2019 was the fact that Atiku was the front. Peter Obi was not vying for any presidential position in 2019. He was not. He came in as a vice, and he used the platform to get popularity.
Who was his principal? Who was his principal when he came as a vice?
Atiku.
And what was he telling us about Atiku? What was Peter Obi telling us about Atiku in 2019?
He was saying that Atiku, he was definitely better than Buhari. That which we all know is true.
He told us that Atiku was the solution. He gave us a detailed plan of how Atiku would improve Nigeria.
He told us that Atiku was coming in to change the story because Nigeria was becoming something else. 2019.
Okay, so did Atiku win the presidency in 2019?
Atiku didn't win the presidency in 2019.
So then
2019 is gone. That political cycle is gone.
So what Peter Obi told us then still subsists because we've not had the chance to test what he told us. So what's changed for him?
What changed for Peter Obi or what changed for Atiku? What are you asking?
No. Peter Obi told us all of these things that you have admitted, and you cannot not admit it because we all heard him. So Peter Obi told us all these fantastical things about how Atiku will solve Nigeria's problems in 2019. Atiku did not win the presidency. So everything that Peter Obi told us about Atiku in 2019 still stands because we've not had the chance to test it. It's only if we had tested it that would have known if it failed or not, but it still stands. So what has changed for Peter Obi for him to now? So it was either telling us a lie then or a fraud now.
Peter Obi will be a stupid politician if he sits down and let the momentum pass, because he has the momentum behind him right now. He has the momentum of the entire South. I hear you talking about Southeast, every small thing Southeast only. It's like only Southeast that are supporting Peter Obi.
It is somewhat. It's a Southeastern narrative.
It's not a Southeast narrative. It's been largely supported in the South. In fact, it's going to share votes with even Tinubu in the Southwest. Let's be factual here.
He's going to win Kano State and he's going to win Adamawa.
I'm not talking about Kano. I'm talking about the southern part of Nigeria.
Can I answer your question? These guys are not answering the question.
There's nobody in the southern part of Nigeria.
These two guys are not the only fan of Obi here. I'm also his fan.
No. Well, they are more fanatical than you, somewhat. But to you. Go on.
I'm not a fanatic, but I still see him as somebody who will do better than this mediocres that we have currently. Right. Now, you see, I'll answer your question with a rhetorical question. What has changed for Atiku? Sure. Atiku left PDP. He was in AC or whatever party it was. He campaigned against PDP that he helped to form. He helped to birth back then. So the question, same question will also apply to Atiku. What has changed? He was part of the APC government. He contested, if not because Buhari won, he would have been the candidate perhaps, and would have.
It's not the same question. No, you are building on a false premise.
No. Hold on.
It's not a parallel though. It's not a parallel.
I'll answer the question. Like I said, it's a rhetorical question. I'm not asking you to answer the question. It's just for anybody to reflect on What has changed also for Atiku when it comes to that? So this is the point. You see, politics is dynamic. That's what we understand. Any part of the world is always dynamic. I'll give an example of here in America. I'll stream through it quickly. It is looking like Pence and Trump will slug it out in the next coming election, or the Republican primaries. It is looking like it. They've been talking against each other. This is his vice presidential. When they won, they were there together. They were the president and vice president of America, but they will be seeming to be attacking each other. So the point is this: what has changed is this. A lot has changed. Some of which I think Ete mentioned. Now, in 2019, we thought that it's the turn of the North. The Northern North, because Buhari only had just 4 years. There's another 4 years of Buhari. So we don't want a repeat of what happened in the case of Yadua. So let them have their full 4 years. Since he said he's going to have 4 years, after 4 years, it will be done. That's what Atiku said back then, if I remember what he said. So, and he did not contest with him. He was selected.
Was Peter Obi lying to us when he told us in 2019 that Atiku was the solution to Nigeria's problems? Was he lying?
Like I said, politics is dynamic. People always.
Yes, he's lying.
I agree with you. Sort of, he might be lying, or it might be maybe he wasn't being honest. But still,
so is that not being honest then, or is being fraudulent now?
Politics. Politicians.
Is it that dishonesty or
fraud?
Very,
very difficult to find consistent politicians. The only person I've seen so far is Yele Showore. That has seen is been consistent a little bit, more than any other politician I've seen. But all of them, they keep jumping ship. They keep changing one language today, say another language tomorrow. So this is what has changed. I've given you an example of one. Another thing that has changed is this: that now that they've completed their 8 years.
You're not giving me an example of anything. Now you've not addressed my question.
I've addressed your question. I said this is what has changed. There were 4 years remaining for the North, and they allowed Northern.
Okay, so it's playing ethnic politics. It's playing ethnic politics.
Don't put words in my mouth. This is not ethnic politics.
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is this: that he did not vie for the position.
Baba Ture, I'm watching you. Every shirt I wear, you go and wear the same thing. I'm sure you went to change when you saw me looking elegant in a white t-shirt.
He did not participate in the primaries. There was a deputy. I mean, he was a vice running mate for the Atiku then. So he has to sell his boss.
Right.
So that is listen. Then it was 4 years of Northerners still remaining. As far as I know, no Southerner contested during 2019. It was all Northerners. Now that the thing has to move to South now, it deems it necessary that he should also contest, but by virtue of that, he is also in South.
So it's playing ethnic politics.
It's not ethnic. It is the federal character as a shrine in that constitution, the fraudulent constitution of 1999. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that is what has changed. Yes, I know it might not be consistent in the sense that it's.
Can I include something, woman?
But then it happens here in America. It happens when people contest against their boss.
Rational mind. Rational mind. This is the guy that said earlier, I am not going to contest except the party agree to shift it to the east.
It was quite.
Don't go too far.
Hold on 1 minute. I will give you a chance. So then the party, hold on, rational mind. Then the party did, let me speak now. Let me complete my statement. You can say your own.
Wait, don't come and start making noise, my friend.
He said,
it's you.
I will not complete. I will not compete.
Okay, let's go on, guys. Let's just leave it.
I will not compete except power shift to the east. Then the power did not shift to the east. The party did not shift power to the east. Then he went and put down his money to buy form for 40 million. He participated in it. He invested in the corrupt process. He participated in it. Only 3 days to the election, to the primary, he ran out and then was crying foul. They are spending money. He was lying all this lie, only to go and pursue his desperation and pursue his desperate ambition. Now is there.
What is desperate about
yes,
that?
yes.
Now, when I see
he has gone now. He has gone now. He has gone to this
one at a time.
party.
Yeah, go on.
He has gone. He has gone now. He has finally got it in this thing, and good for him. Let's see how it's going to work out. But this, for us, not to hold these people accountable when they're lying or when they are playing game, that is very bad of us. Particularly people from the East that are supporting him dogmatically. You have to ask him questions. When one of your leader is doing something wrong or is acting funny or is lying, we've got to ask questions. That is what we should be doing. We should not be following people like this thing. And we should not be, and all these things, all this mentality of claiming victim all the time, we should do away with it. We should do away with this mentality of claiming victim. Every time that things does not work out well, or some of our leader did wrong, instead of us to hold them, we want to, they rob us again, no. They do us again, no. They are trying all this noise. We should just stop it, man.
My interjet, please.
You are not being honest.
Okay, hold on, everybody.
Because you claim the same victim
everybody.
Tinubu, you're the one telling us here that if they do not give Tinubu ticket, that they have played him, or that the country will divide and all that. So why can you claim victim for Tinubu and for?
It never has done. But hold on, engineer.
That's a wrong analogy you are using there.
Yeah, we have to be honest. That's what I'm not. We are doing tribal politics. Let's not pretend that.
Don't make me be muting you and whatnot. Now, hold on, everybody. I want to hear from Truth to Power, who has not joined us for a very long time, and a lot of politics has changed since Truth to Power joined us. So let's just get his sounding on the current political play. So, Truth to Power, are you there?
Yeah.
Brilliant. So good to have you, Truth to Power. Well, you've not been around, we've missed you, but a lot has changed since you last joined us. But of course, a lot are around the Peter Obi narrative. So he's now with the Labour Party. He has been endorsed in some sort of consensus arrangement by Patu Tomi. So his name now going to be on the ballot in 2023. And I was extrapolating to project that this somewhat south into Atiku's hand. It favors his politics. So do you see how I arrived there, and do you concur? Truth to Power.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think, the conversations, I think for the last few weeks, we're beginning to see what the direction is for Nigeria. And regarding the state of affairs that we have now with Peter Obi joining the Labour Party, I would say that in many respects, I believe that it was kind of amateurish, like a few people have said. But I don't think that trumps the fact that anyone can have ambition and anyone can decide to ply their trade anywhere. So yes, as things stand now, it does look like the victory for Peter Obi in the Labour Party. It does look like it is going to serve well the northern part of the country if APC themselves bring up perhaps somebody from the south. But we don't know what the arrangement is going to be like yet in APC. As things stand today, we can safely say that barring any final slate of hand, Jonathan is not going to be on the ballot for APC. So it leaves the usual suspects. It leaves perhaps maybe Lawan if they have to foist a northern candidate on the APC. Otherwise, the good old Jagaban will clinch it. So
okay. So sorry, Truth to Power. Let me hold you there. So if Jagaban does clinch it, And then you have Jagaban to one side, and then you have Atiku to the other side, but then you have Peter Obi as a satellite figure. So I think it'd be politically naive to think that Peter Obi will do nothing less than sweep up the vote in the East. So then the southern region loses the eastern vote to Labour Party, which is not going to form any government, but it's going to sweep up some votes from the south. If Atiku has a strong showing in the north, Tinubu has a strong showing in the southwest, but then southeast is removed, then that just costs in Atiku, surely, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's if things are set in white and black. But I don't think politics really in any climb works that way. So events that will be leading up to 2023, things can change. So let me paint you a scenario. So yeah, so for now, Obi is gaining momentum, and we don't know how that is going to gravitate, how that is going to spread. For now, it does look like he might have a large chunk of the Southeast in the bag, but there is really nothing saying that it cannot sweep some part of the South-South or a large swathe of the South-South. Nothing saying that it will not sweep some part of the Southwest. And when it comes to the North, I think there is a consensus thought here, as far as I know, in this platform, and of course in many other spheres, that there is not this homogeneity when it comes to the North. So we can separate people in the core Northwest and Northeast from the North Central, and I don't think there is anything that really says that Obi cannot make some inroads into the North Central. So politics is fluid. For now, it does look like perhaps a northern candidate might win it because Obi might sweep the Southeast, but nothing is set in stone yet. We can well see some intricacies that will crop up in the next few months, and at that point in time, negotiations can still be made. So, for example, if Tinubu sees now, for example, if Tinubu sees that for him to win, he would have to need the Southeast, then he would have to parley in some way. There will have to be talks, even though they are not in the same party. There will have to be talks. So a whole lot. I think 2023, and I've said it here before, it is going to be like it has been mooted, a watershed moment where the kind of politics that we've never seen rather in Nigeria will crop up leading up to 2023. So we should keep our ears peeled and our eyes peeled for what is going to ensue. But I would say to you that it is not set in stone that Atiku will win the 2023 elections, even if a southern candidate in the shade and coloration of Tinubu crops up. A whole lot can still change in 2023. Especially, I believe that the Nigerian people now were becoming more and more sensitized. There is this political awareness like never seen before since 1999. So a lot can change. A lot can change. And the Labour Party, for crying out loud, is supposed to be the party for the working class. So we don't know how much of a foothold they can really make on the ground. But I believe they'll put their hands to task. They will do all they need to do to let their message reverberate from the south to the north. So let's not just yet discount the Peter Obi movement. Personally, I've not changed my stand. I still believe that Omoyele Sowore, for me, it's supposed to be the man. But again, I would not shy away from the achievements of Obi himself. I think he's not a saint by any stretch of the imagination, but he's a good man. He's a good man, and I think a good man deserves his day in the political arena in Nigeria. So for Obi going to Labour Party, I'm not going to crucify him. I'm not going to say because it's not the worst of bedfellows. We've seen Atiku gravitate from PDP back to the APC. We've seen a whole lot of strange bedfellows coming together in the name of gaining power. So for Obi to kind of go to Labour Party, I don't think we need to skin him for that. I think he needs to test his popularity, like some people have said, and we well might not know what will happen. And again, even if he doesn't win, and he does make some inroads, gaining into some 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people voting for him. That is a statement in itself. And who knows?
How many votes would you count as a success for Obi? How many votes in numbers?
Okay, personally, I will tell you today, and you can go and mark it somewhere that I said it. I think if you look at the demography of the nation, Abia State has always voted for PDP. And in the last elections, I think in the 2011 elections, I must say, Abia gave a good over 1 million to PDP. And I think Obi would almost clinch all of that. And if you go by even Anambra, which was a good 1 million, if you go to Imo, which was a good over 500,000, if you look at all that, I think Obi will get nothing less than 2 million when it comes to the 2023 elections. You can mark my words on that.
So if it pans out like you've just described, truth to power, then Atiku will be laughing all the way to Aso Rock. It will be laughing right now, even as
but I didn't say. But what I just said
across the entire country, he was just talking about.
Yes, I didn't. I just said the lowest I know he will get in the East will be 2 million. So, but of course, I don't know how the Labour Party are going to make inroads elsewhere. But again, there's still time for them to work.
That's just 2 states. You mentioned.
Atiku had 11 million, right? Out of 11 million.
That's what they said.
Yeah, out of 11 million, at least not less than 3 million is from the East.
So we can take that. We can take that out.
Away from it. So what is Atiku's? What is Atiku? You see, we keep talking about this. There is no way Atiku can win the election.
You guys are not getting. You guys are.
Hold on.
Politics. 1+1 in politics. You might not get 2. You might not get. It's not mathematical the way you guys are calculating it.
It's 11.
It's 11.
Yeah.
1+1 in politics is 11.
Hold on now.
But you guys are calculating it arithmetically. Look,
You're forgetting that there are new voters coming in. You're forgetting that there are a lot of people that have not voted.
Let me say this. One man. The way you said it, when you throw the question to Truth to Power, if Tinubu gets a ticket, which is that is even still debatable, I don't know.
Yeah, no, we're working on that, but we're working on the basis of that. Yeah, so go with that. Yeah,
if that's how it is. Then, like it said, the electoral law says they must have 25% from each state, at least 27 states.
Exactly.
So there's no way Atiku can have that.
That's the problem.
That's going to be a dilemma. It's going to be that election is going to be a kind of. I see a possible rerun.
The same thing, you rational mind, the same thing you said before the primary, that there's no way Atiku will claim the ticket, that the structure will not work for him. You see the outcome. You are painting it again that it's not going to win.
Hold on. Just on what you said, rational mind. You know, if they have a rerun, is first past the post. Is first past the post.
First past the post. What do you mean by first?
Yeah, majority carries the day.
Majority, first past the post.
Well, we shall see how that plays out.
So that still favors Atiku.
We shall see.
We shall see that plays out.
From that's
one man. Let me address you. Did you see what? Have you seen what Wike said when he got back to Port Harcourt?
What did he say?
I will post the link. It's on. I'll put it here for you, woman.
Loser speech.
Not about Wike. Don't forget about that one.
He said what he said was that there was a gang up at some point against him. He didn't mention the governor. I think 1 or 2 governors from South. He said
after losing.
He said what?
After losing, huh?
Hold on now. Hold on. I mean, either he loses, doesn't. That's not the point. My point is this: it makes sense that to understand that we'll continue having this problem in the South. This South governor, we are at that very Akeredolu conference they had, whereby they said their resolution is that power must shift to the South. Now, 1 or 2 South governors sold out at the last minute to Atiku. I just posted the link for you here. One man, if you can play it, that it is there on YouTube. When he got to Port Harcourt, that was what he said. At least not less than 1 or 2 South governors gave their delegates vote to Atiku that cost him to that victory.
Okay, let me come in right there.
Can I interject, please?
Okay, yeah, interject.
Engineer has been waiting to come in. Thank you, Truth to Power. You're still in the conversation, but as you know, this conversation it just bounces.
That's right.
Yes,
Rational mind. Tambuwal lost. He didn't blame no governors from the north. Wike lost.
No, Tambuwal didn't lose. He didn't lose.
In 2019, he meant.
Okay.
In 20, okay, that's fine. But something we need to understand here. Peter Obi and Wike, they are disgrace to PDP. They are more than disgrace. The Northerners push the power to PDP in the South. It is the best opportunity for the two brothers to come together and fight for that power. But what did they do?
Engineer, what are you talking about now? What are you talking
As in, what are you talking about? What did Peter Obi do that was wrong?
I wonder, help me ask about.
They gave power to PDP. All Northerners are happy that power will go to the South.
You see, they throw it open.
You understand?
So is it another PDP
How is
that said this?
How is that Peter Obi and Wike's fault?
PDP said that there's no zoning, and you're saying they gave it to the South.
What's the point?
You people don't know what they call politics. I swear to God. I swear down. Listen, all Northerners from the North Core area, they are praying everything should move to South. What is reigning in the South? Is it not PDP? It's not APC. We have almost about.
Listen. If they wanted to come to the South, why didn't they allow their delegate to vote for either? What's his name? Wike. Why did they all voted? I mean, at least more than 80% of the delegates from the North, they voted Atiku.
How do you know that?
You are lying. You are lying.
How do you know that?
You are lying. You are lying. The entire delegate of Katsina State.
You guys need to. You need to study politics.
This is the tribal politics that they run here. The entire delegate,
when we're talking. One man
hold on, one at a time. Sorry, hold on, Ajalekoko. What did you say, Ete?
I said I have a proof that I want to show you. When Ajalekoko finishes.
All right.
Okay.
Let's
the entire delegate of Kano voted for. What's your name of your governor from Rivers?
Wike.
The entire delegate of Kano, the entire delegate of Katsina voted for him. How do you want to say that the Northern gang up against him?
Just forget about them, Ajalekoko.
Are you people painting that? How you people painting? Hold on right there. Let me give you more information. Let me give you more information.
One at a time, yeah. Go on there.
The totality of delegates from the northeast, from the southeast, are 95 in number. What is the name of your PIUS? How many delegates did he get? He got only 16. Why did all your people from the southeast voted for him? The delegates from the Delta State, all of them went for Atiku. This is a free and fair contest. People voted for who they like. But you people are blaming.
No, don't say that. You've been saying that.
Just hold on, man. Hold on.
But I think
Let me finish. Let me finish.
To these people because they don't know what they call politics.
Let me finish. The whole delegates from the Delta, they all voted for Atiku. Then when we break it down into South and North, the North have over 450 delegates, and the South had over 355. How many votes did Wike get? Is it not 271? Why didn't the whole entire South voted for Wike?
Thank you.
And if you look at the figure of what do you call it? Atiku got 370. and the whole entire North delegate are 450 something. Why didn't the whole of North voted for him?
No, but there's
Thank
also
you.
How does that concern Peter Obi?
With you people, you just want to run sentiment.
But there are other northern candidates. So if you I think the North still went for their own.
Exactly.
Yeah, all this mentality of blaming victims.
I'm always honest.
Don't waste your time talking to them.
Why didn't your entire delegate from the East, why didn't they vote for PIUS?
In CBD is sleeping.
They don't want to face reality. They just want to blame somebody playing game. The North is doing. You guys, you just go and sit down, man.
All right, gentlemen, give me a moment to acknowledge the super chats that are coming in, because the super chats coming into a specific area of the conversation. So if I don't go to them quickly, then they might be out of our sequence with what they were addressing. So this is Sonny Utah. It says Africans don't love themselves. All need to change first. So a change in the mindset, I think somewhat the conversation is what led him to that conclusion. Africans don't love themselves, or they all need to change first. So that's what Sonny Utah said via Super Chat. So thank you, Sonny. And then we go to Ola Tokunbo Tijani. Ola Tokunbo Tijani. It says, please, let's talk about vice presidential permutations. So we will get there. And I think we touched on it somewhat yesterday. And in the questions that I was asking about Atiku, that where would people anticipate that his vice presidential candidate will come from? And a lot of people concluded that if it was for political expediency, it has to come from the Southeast. But we couldn't quite narrow to a name in the Southeast, because the only name in the Southeast has now gone to Labour. So that was in the conversation yesterday. It might well crop up again today. So that's Olatokunbo Tijani. Please, let's talk about vice presidential permutation. So thank you for the super chat talks. So back to let's get back to Ajanle Koko, and then round off your thoughts there. Ajanle, did you want to come in CBD?
Yes, I wanted to say something. Yeah, we thank all the people for their super chat. You know, the Sonny Water. That's the love that we are talking about. Igbos have always been showing every
Look
other
at that.
people
You
love.
never miss a window, do you? What about Tokunbo?
Well, he's supporting his own now. This is
very much
there's nobody more tribal than you on this planet in CBD.
So
not on this planet. You're the most tribal person.
We are the most Nigerians. We show the most love. The entire southeast, south, especially Calabar and Akwa Ibom. Don't know the other south. So, but you see, I was going to say that what engineer said, Tambuwal on his own just proved that to be false. The man supported, you're saying the core north, they were pushing into the south. It's wrong, because Tambuwal, will you say Sokoto is not the core north or whatever? And didn't he switch there in the convention and give it to Atiku? So that thing of that the North wanted to push the presidency to the South, it doesn't make any sense. That was never the case. If that was the case, they would not throw the contest open, because they had to remove they went against their own constitution. That was the PDP that had zoning. So they scrapped that just because they don't want that. So why are we making false statements?
In CBD, can I just interject you at this moment, please?
No, interject. It's a conversation. Interject now.
Yeah, so something you need to understand, right? The Northerners, the core Northerners, you're talking about the Northerners from Maiduguri down to Yobe, all of them are praying for the power to move to the south. You understand?
How?
Now,
how do you know that, please?
Why are you saying, how do I know?
How do you come up with that conclusion?
We discussed this in this platform now some time ago in CBD.
We discussed.
We have this discussion here in this platform.
We
have it.
And we decided
the Northerners, they want the power to move to the south. Even part of the governors forum, they said it clearly from the northern side. They said they want the power to move to the south.
The same people that say zoning is unconstitutional. The same people that say zoning is unconstitutional.
And the Katsina governor said it as well. Like I remember,
and so now we are believing.
And
so
the Katsina governor said it. And Ganduje said it too.
Now, so we believe them when it suits our narrative.
Let me finish, my brother. Let me finish.
Let engineer land. Engineer, back to you.
So now, look, PDP, they are most of the Southerners, right? My annoyance in PDP is Wike and Peter Obi and co. Those are the people they should have taken that space and champion it properly. You understand? So now look, they push that thing to them, they give it to them, but what happened there? Wike left, Peter Obi right. No unity, no communication, no brotherly love, no love. And now you said Tambowal is given to and what's his name? The championship to
yes, without Tambowal's votes, without Tambowal stepping down.
There's
unity. Sorry, they're saying that Tambowal's endorsement was a 30% swing. 30%.
Okay.
So now look, he gave everything to Atiku. That's what we call loyalty.
You just want to blame the South for everything.
That's what we call loyalty. But what is happening in the South that there is no loyalty, there is no communication, there is nothing like love in between themselves. Those are the things that borders every Nigerian.
Yeah, we agree with
that. Let him land now. We just get too many. How often do I have to say we shouldn't have voices cascading? Yeah, let's hear from Baba.
He's Peperempe now. He's Peperempe. I beg, carry on. Someone should carry on. Let me be listening and be laughing.
Let's hear from Baba Kure. He who always talks sense. Sometimes.
I'm not somebody is accusing me on the comment section. That's not right now.
It's only because I've challenged you on it before. The way you're always trying to guide people's thoughts.
It has nothing to do with guiding people's thoughts. It has to do with facts. Because people are just making. I think one of the strengths I have is that I'm able. Wait now. I'm able to remember where people stand, and I'm able to call people out when they start going back and forth.
All right.
Whatever engineer is saying is a complete fabrication, because these people are the same people that told.
It's going to come back at you, and they will never.
No problem. Let me just say this. I will keep quiet till I don't know when.
Yamhead.
You see, it's a complete fabrication. If it's true, how will these same people fight to remove that their party constitution that supported zoning? So why are we making a case where there's no case that they wanted it to go to the South?
When the 17 governor of Igbo state meet, they were all happy. Everybody's jubilating. What happened there?
All right,
Stop the people. Stop it.
All right, gentlemen. Let's hear from Baba Akure, who is showing us that wristwatch alone. That's the price of a small house. So that's wristwatch that Baba Akure.
Can't you see the smile?
Look at that. The haircut is he's trying to intimidate Madam. That look, I'm still in town. No, if you don't behave yourself. But Baba Akure, to you.
Thank you very much. Anyway, my own permutation might be a little bit different from most of the people here. To start with, even though if Peter Obi stick with PDP, I can tell you there is no way that Wike or Peter Obi can combine together to defeat Atiku. We have to get that fast straight. Number one, they cannot match the money that Abubakar spent. That is number one. And we have to take a look at the points right from day one. Remember, about last year or 2 years ago, they've been talking about, we are going to zone this thing to South. It is South supposed to get the ticket for for PDP. Even APC, both of them said, it's supposed to go to. They agreed to go for it to go to the South. Then this year,
Just 4 months ago, the whole narrative changed. Oh, it's not going to the south any longer. They have to put it open. So if truly they really want South to get the ticket for PDP, they should have stick with the agreement that they had 2 years back. Because they've been talking about, oh, it is going to the South almost 2 years now. So suddenly in the last 5 months now, they changed the whole narrative. So they have to throw it open. Just because we saw what happened during a party convention where dollar is changing hand. So it is what they have been spending to making sure that they open the ticket for everybody to participate. It is the same money that change hand that keep people's mouth shut. So this issue of argument that okay, some northern governor already agreed to send it to the south, we cannot buy to that. Like one man said, he said 30%. The support of Tambuwai to Abubakar, that one alone is 30%. So automatically he's going to win because Abubakar already, himself will have at least 40% support. So if you had 30 to 40, is that not 70%? Or even let's say Abubakar has just asked 25% or 30% as well. Then somebody gave him 30%. Is he not going to win? He's going to win. So this is the game they'll be playing from day one. To me, I strongly believe that since I heard that, oh, well, they are going to throw this thing open, and I said, okay, a lot of money will be going around. And I suspected Atiku Abubakar right from day one when they said, oh, well, they are going to throw it open. I already suspected that. This is the man that is under this thing that is playing this game. So, like we'll be calculating here, let's say Abubakar already got the ticket now. Let's say maybe Tinubu get the ticket. Who knows? You never can tell. Let's say he get the ticket. Then we have Obi now already have the ticket. So we might sit down here and be talking, oh, Obi is not popular, Obi is not do this, Obi is not doing that. By the time ABGA combined with Labour Party in the East, so automatically he is going to get at least 60% of the Easterner votes. And also remember that we have a lot of Igbo in Southwest as well. So to cut the story short, we are in a big mess, in a big trouble. The only thing that can save southern part of Nigeria is that if the ticket of APC maybe goes to North, then we now sit down and think which way are we going. So are we going to still be boy under Fulani hegemony, or we just have to cut into pieces?
Baba, if the APC ticket goes to the North, does that then turn it around to favor Peter Obi? Does the Southwest then go with Peter Obi?
So me, I strongly believe. You remember 2 days back, I already mentioned this, that if PDP already has the ticket in the North, APC, let's say they have it in the North as well, so automatically is most likely going to favor Peter Obi, because what we have to do is that we just have to support him. In fact, like Yoruba always say, they said, well, maybe one man with translate because it seems he understands Yoruba more than me. One or Professor Jande Koku. Exactly, Professor Jande Koku. You understand what me I say?
Yeah, I like the way you put the words. I think one man doesn't feel the impact when I say it, but now that you have said it, you see now one man is quiet. Have you listened to the same exact thing I said? Is what
No. Baba Kure, I agree with what Baba Kure says, and if you are saying the same thing, then I agree. So in this tranche, Peter Obi has taken away from the South, but in a scenario that APC presents a northerner, then Peter Obi becomes an asset to the South. But now it's a deficit to the South. But then if APC presents a northern candidate, then he becomes the person that we all go to.
And then you forgot what he said. You still forgot
and to me, right, let me finish, please.
Baba Kura is the new Ajanle Koko.
Is the new Ajanle Koko. Professor
for me now, to be honest, for me right now, I will prefer the APC ticket to go to the north. I can even go on mountain for that right now.
Baba Kure,
yes,
it is good. It is good. If he goes to the north, it favors us. If he goes to the south, let them do some kind of alliance. We still have a south, and that means we are not under Fulani anymore. So anyway it goes, it favors everybody. That's what I was trying to say. We need a change.
So because we cannot continue with this. If Tambowai, remember, Wike, the same Wike now, was the backbone of Tambowai when he was wanted to be the governor of was it Sokoto or Kano or whatever? Which state is it?
Sokoto.
Sokoto.
Yeah.
Wike was his backbone, but what happened? So this issue of don't talk about the issue of northern support north, don't talk about southern. There is no way we will be saying this every single day, and there is no way we will not mention it. There is no way. When the time comes, when they want to vote, let's just wait and see.
So how do you want northerner that voted? How do you want northerner to call their people that voted for Wike? How do you want them to call them? Mm-hmm.
How do I want them?
How should they be seen by their people? Should they see them as traitor for not voted Atiku, for voting Wike?
Well, they can call them whatever they want, but some Southern also voted for.
Exactly. What I'm saying is that what I'm putting to you is that this narrative that you people are, this narrative that you people, this tribal narrative that you people are playing is just no. This is what you guys are playing here. You are accusing what do you call this?
What is Tambowai playing?
You are saying Tambowai is playing tribal politics because he's a northerner. He stepped down for Atiku. What is wrong with you people? The process allows
the Nigerian president, whether they like it or not.
The process allows candidates to step down for each other, and he comply with the process, and you people are crying foul. This mentality of claiming victims, you should stop it. Blame your politicians. It's your politicians from the south that destroy your chances. Don't blame politicians from the north.
If truly,
blame your politicians from the north. I mean, from the south. I just told you now that PIUS had only 16 votes, but the vote from the south is 95 votes. Why did Igbo people voted for PIUS?
They voted for Wike now. They voted for Wike.
There is a reason.
Don't worry.
You are talking of delegate now. We are talking.
That is what I'm saying.
Just hold on, man. Let me finish. You are talking about delegate now, but we are talking about somebody who is endorsing. Remember, endorsement is even bigger than delegate.
It is the same thing. It is the same thing.
You cannot say the same thing.
It's the same thing. It's a vote by delegate.
There is one question that the whole platform is eager to ask, so I'll ask it on their behalf. So that Patak Philippe that you are wearing, is that a price of a small house in Canada? That your Patak Philippe wristwatch? Is that the price of a small? You show us again now. You'll be showing us all this. Let's see the watch. Let's see the watch. You'll be showing it off. Let's see.
Forget about that man.
that Patak Philippe. Look at that. They are paying you too much in Canada. Look at this guy wearing Patak Philippe.
You see what, man? I'm not happy.
The chicks are getting rosier and the clothes are getting more expensive.
All the time. Banana smile.
I'm coming to Canada. Huh?
Anyway, Professor John Legoko, you see, one endorsement can take over of 100 or 200 delegates. Remember, once Starboy endorsed Atiku Abubakar, all his supporters will have to move right away. So why didn't he now support his friend, the so-called friend Wike?
No permanent friend, no permanent enemy in politics, but permanent interest. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy, but permanent interest. That is the way it works in politics.
That's all right.
It's a political game.
What I'm praying for is that let APC make a very big mistake and put the ticket to the northern part of Nigeria. Then we can face Peter Obi, because we are not going to leave Peter Obi. He is from the south, so then we have to support him mercilessly.
All right. Hold on, everyone. Let me acknowledge the super chats that are coming in, and then after I've done that, I want to hear from Charles, who's been trying to get word in. But let me acknowledge the super chat and Alexander Gomez, of course. Who else? So Alexander Gomez super chats to say, he says, Jafar and Black League are watching and laughing at Southerners' pettiness and political naivety. We are too full of ourselves, quite frankly, at our peril. So that is it. The Northerners, they are just hearing you screaming and shouting. They are saying, that's what they are like now, noisemakers. You know,
exactly.
What do they call us? Caferees. You know, the caferees. Look at the caferees. Look at the animals in the zoo screeching and squealing. Jafar/Black League are watching, laughing at Southerners' pettiness and political naivety. We are too full of ourselves, quite frankly, at our peril. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So let me also acknowledge Olatokunbo Tijani, who now signs up to be an official member of the platform now. So that space is not a lot of people have done that, but I'm not pushing it aggressively because I don't like to push aggressively towards people parting with funds. But he's made the decision. Olatokunbo Tijani becomes a member of the platform, so he joins esteemed company like Alexander Gomez, of course, Alexander Akache, and Bonksma. So we are back to Sonny Uta, who seems to have discovered fully the super chat button. Bros, no man is good except God. Correction. So he's speaking to a conversation which we may well have gone past. Bros, no man is good except God. So, of course, everybody has their own foibles, but then if you're a politician, that's subjected to public criticism. So thank you for that. So Ajale Koko, round off your thoughts on that talking point, and then I want to go on from let me hear from Charles, then Ajale Koko rounds off his thoughts, and then I want to put an entirely different talking point to it. So Ajale Koko,
sorry, is my membership expired?
Your membership? Let me see. I don't think you are a member, but carry on. Then I'll give you the list of people who are members. Let me see. Okay, so we have Olatokunbo, we have Olatokunbo, we have Bonksma, we have Ministable, which is Jafar, we have Alexander Akache, and we have Alexander Gomez. So that's the list. Tokunbo, who's just joined, Bonksma, Jafar, Akache, and Gomez. So that's the motley crew. So yeah, but Charlie Boy, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm very disappointed in Angelico and Engineer. Do you know why I say that?
Wow.
We know the truth. Yeah. See, this is why Nigeria, I'm gonna tell the truth. Do not plan this out. I'm sorry, Engineer. That's a false thing. Engineer is false. We know the truth. We're not dumb here. The North plans out. I told you guys because I'm laughing. It happened. The North plans out. The North will never everyone give. They didn't want to give the South president. They didn't want that in PDP. So that's what PDP left. So all you guys are saying is rubbish. You said the truth.
All right. Hopefully not rubbish. You can say you disagree, but don't say it's rubbish.
No, because this is why people. This is why the South was being tricked. You see, the South doesn't know how to think. When see a picture is written, it's written on the wall. It's a fact.
You mean as we are making noise, they are playing us, Abi?
Yes. So yeah, I know it's gonna happen. The North always want the North. They never want the South.
The North always wins. You Game of Thrones. The North always wins.
Adrian knows that. Adrian knows that. He's a good man. He knows that. He's just being tricked.
So everybody that agrees with you is a good man, and then the people who don't agree are talking rubbish.
I know this to this day. The North will pick the North. I know this to this day. This is easy peasy. No.
But look, that was never in contention. That I don't think anybody has argued to the contrary that the North always picks the North. You know, we've been in the space for long enough to know that the North always picks the North.
You see, I think this is why.
But the one person that did not know apparently was PIUS AYIM, who we will get to in a moment.
You see, that's my theory. I think that's what PDP left. PDP knows that. He knows that Wike.
Did he just come to the knowledge, or had they always known, or he just realized?
Even PDP and Wike work together.
No. You said that was why Peter Obi left. Did he just come to the knowledge, or are they always known?
PDP, he probably know that.
Yeah, did he know all the time? Are they always known, or did he just realize?
I think he realized now.
He realized now, so he did not know before.
And for me, I really know it's gonna happen. I told you guys in fact because you're laughing at me. It happened. You see, I told you when I said something, it comes true.
You're always right. Everybody is always right, including you, X0. You have to change your name to Prophet Jake. Is your Jake? Is that after Jake Paul? Are you a Jake Paul?
No.
One of those?
You say including you, X0, but you know you have to be giving me my props here.
We give you your props now. You got one thing right, and we will not have peace since then.
You need to get a bell. So anytime anybody predicts something right, when you come to the show, you ring the bell and say, yes, somebody did right.
All right. Yeah. But we would have only rang that bell for you once, but you know that a broken clock tells the time right twice a day. You know, if the clock is stuck on 1 o'clock, at 1 p.m. is right, at 1 a.m. is right. So even a broken clock is right twice a day.
I didn't just say that once. I said it over and over and over that Peter Obi is going to the Labour Party, and the Labour Party, they are going to give you the presidential slot. I said that over and over again. Even Alexander Gomez and Akwashi, they agree. They have to be able to send it to you. You know?
All right. And you are going to milk it till eternity, aren't you?
Or King Akure, King Baba Akure. You can never give me my prop here.
I'll give you your props. So no, don't say that. Right? Everybody gets their props. You're one of the leaders.
Exactly what I said now. You gave him props.
No, he presented it more elegantly. So you have to speak with elegance.
So me, I'm now wicked. I'm talking like
yeah, okay.
No problem.
All right, thanks to X0. So thank you, X0. You know you are one of the leading voices on this space, and it's because your political calculus is always so sharp. This is why we always gravitate towards you. So that's X0, the latter-day prophet of latter-day rain. So Ajale Koko, back to you. Round off your thoughts on that space. I think you were with Peter Obi transmuting into a presidential candidate. And we were reflecting on if the Labour Party was turning into an Eastern party and how Peter Obi might affect the fortunes of the South in the upcoming election. Ajale Koko.
Peter Obi presidential nomination by Labour Party, as I said earlier, it's a good thing that he achieved for his political record, that he finally attained the ticket of a party that is not well known, a party that does not have representative across the country. How is he going to turn the party to? Will he be able to turn it around to a national party? We'll wait and see. But what he have done, what I know for sure, is that he cannot win 80%, 90%, as some people are suggesting from the eastern part of Nigeria. Because I want to believe that Atiku Abubakar will pick his vice president from the south, from the southeast. And when he does that, people will be left to look at who have the wider appeal between the two of them. Who have the wider, which of these two parties have the wider coverage across all the geopolitical zones. People will look at it. The politician in the East on the ticket of PDP that are vying for governorship, for Senate, they are not going to sit down. They will campaign hard with the vice president from the East to tell people that this is the best chance we can get to ride to the presidency. The calculation is clear, except we want to play, play sentiment. The calculation is that Labour Party cannot win the next presidency. That is clear, except we want to deceive ourselves. That one is clear. So, who is that person that will take us as a region to the corridor of power? That is the option that the Igbo people will be left with. And the South-South, what is their own interest? What is it? Who is that person? Who is the candidate that is reliable, that they've been friends with since the beginning of this dispensation, this political dispensation from 1999? Atiku is the man. They are more connected to Atiku than Peter Obi, than Labour Party. They are more connected to PDP than any other party in Nigeria. Wike is there from the rivers, and the other governor, they are there. The Otom, I mean, what's the name of that? Akwa Ibom.
Emmanuel Otom, yeah.
They are all there. They want to deliver. So how do you think? And in Yoruba land, if Tinubu is the president, is the presidential ticket, Yoruba will not vote for Obi. So how will the only East take Obi to the presidency? And Atiku on the ticket, you think the Northerners will be foolish to say they want to vote for Obi? My people, let us do the calculation well.
So you see now you come back to the same.
So when you do the calculation well, you're going to see that the South-South will vote for Atiku. Overwhelmingly in the North, they will vote for Atiku, and Atiku will win 25% of the vote in the Southwest, or particularly in the Southeast, and some of the states in the Southwest, because PDP is strong in the Southwest as well. PDP is strong.
I have questions for you.
That is not the right calculation,
hold on.
That's not the right calculation.
Oh, I think Baba Nkure wants to interject and Ete, but Baba Kute, you go first and then Ete, yeah.
I'm going to ask you a question because you will be talking about some people talking about South and North, North and South, something like that nature that we usually, I don't know how you put it again, I forgot, that we usually believe that, okay, North is not supporting supporting South. So in your statement now, you mentioned that if Atiku Abubakar is on the ticket now versus Obi, you are saying, and Tinubu, and you are saying that they will not a part of Nigeria will vote massively for
Atiku.
For Atiku. Why is it so? That is the question for you.
Okay. Why is this so?
Why can't they vote for Tinubu? Why can't they vote for Tinubu or Obi?
Oh, okay. Why is this so? Because we play tribal politics in Nigeria. That is the core base of our politics in Nigeria. Tribal. And now we are more divided than ever before in the history of that country. So when we play that tribal politics with Atiku on the ticket of PDP, with Southside we're connected to PDP, and in the Southeast, they will get at least 25% of the vote, and in the Southwest, they will still get 25% in at least, if not 4 states, by 5 states, they will get 25%. Because PDP is strong in Ekiti State, PDP is strong in Oyo State, PDP is strong in Osun State, PDP, which other state? Ogun State, they can get 25%. And in Lagos, they will get 25% if we go by the past record, our election result. So if Atiku, if the Northerners play tribal politics in their voting pattern in the next election, PDP will win it.
That is clear. You come back to the same argument we'll be having now.
What is the argument that we are having?
It has been always, it is not now. It has been there that each region always support their own candidate. Anybody from each section. We saw that during Shagari, we saw that during Awolowo. So the issue of trying to calculate some mathematics here now, that Northerner always support Southerner when Northerner is right there, it is not really working. The only time you can talk about is that when northern part of Nigeria select any Southerner that they know for sure that is going to favor them, that is when they will vote for them. That is when they vote for that Southerner.
Okay.
Let me ask you an Ajane Koko. Sorry.
Would Peter Obi favor the North?
Ajane Koko, let me ask this as you're answering Baba Akure. Do you concede or do you agree that Peter Obi and this third force Labour Party, do you agree that he has moved away from this, that he has more supporters that are outside the Southeast, and he has moved away from this sectional, regional, or tribal politics we're talking about?
There's nothing to suggest that's the case.
There is. Like, for example, use your platform to judge. Just the is Ete an Igbo man? Is Brownberry and Rational Mind an Igbo man? So what do you think is happening?
Well, they are somewhat. Is Ete not somewhat an Igbo person?
There's nothing Igbo about me.
What of Rational Mind?
Huh?
What of National Mind? Since we want to narrow it down. So Peter Obi, the momentum I see around him.
You have one man is not silent.
No, I'm not silent. It's just I don't want to label it because they'll start accusing you of this, that, and the other.
But that's why I'm saying that it is clear that Peter Obi is not positioning himself as some Eastern Igbo candidate by going to the Labour Party, and this momentum that the youths and everybody that are aware, are supporting. It has nothing to do with, so this sectional politics we are talking about is just how it has been, no doubt, but that's not the way people are. That's not the way people are planning to go, you know, and that's why they are resonating so much with Peter Obi.
One man. My beef with Ajani Koko is that he's just one-sided in his analysis. I understand what he's trying to talk about. I understand that our politicians are their problem in the South. But you see, the North has always played on this deficiency on our part, or on the part of our leaders, elites in the South, to make inroads or to get whatever they want to get. You know, like they've been saying, they all knew. We've been hearing the Arewa, all of them saying, oh, it's the turn of the South. And we're hearing some of the governors from the North saying it's the turn of the South. But history has always shown that these people, they speak from the both sides of their mouths. I mean, you were giving an example of El-Rufai, who said if we have the chairmanship in APC to the North, invariably the something will be limited to the South. But look at what played out. And also look at PDP. The constitution is there in their constitution that they must have everything rotational. Now, it should be the turn of the South, but now they throw it open. So you see, these people, they know how to play this their politics of politics of deceit and all of that. We know that we have problems in the South. But the way you're making it sound, you're making it sound like as if you support what the Northerners are doing, how they play their politics, they are more wiser than us. No. We try to play
rational mind. The Northern politics is not a new political thing within the Nigerian space. We've always known how the Northerners play their politics.
Of course.
But we have always played politics, ignoring that they play politics. They play an ethnic, an ethno-religious political game. Ethno-religious political game. They've always done that. But and they've never deviated from that. But we are trying to play some puritanical, westernized politics where it's policy, ideology, and talent-based. And we are thinking that that is the winning politics, even though the people that you are politicking against, they've never deviated. Let me give you this rational mind, which I think it makes the point even more. It's one of the talking points, and this is PIUS AYIM, a senior person within Nigerian politics. He says, I am shocked primordial sentiments triumphed. This is somebody that was the Senate president, and is shocked that primordial sentiments triumphed. He says, how can you even say that?
That is deceitfulness. That is deceitfulness that we're talking about, that our southern leader play.
Well, hold on, Ajale Koko. What do you expect as a Senate leader? Somebody we tells you that he has been in politics 40 odd years. What do you expect that you are saying you're surprised that the Northerners, they played ethnic religious politics? What other politics have they ever played in Nigeria? So he's having the expectation. He says it was alarmed that policies and ideas did not triumph and ethnicity triumphed. The naivety of that, of somebody of that seniority. So that is where the problem is.
You see,
totally
one man, he should be attacking delegate from the East. Why didn't the delegate from the East support him?
Support who?
But to what effect?
So he would have won with 96
Hold on, man. This is out of 95 delegates from the East, only 16 support. So that means it's not good at home.
On that ticket, who are vying for that office? You know how many of them?
What are you talking? How many of them? They want to blame the Northerner. He doesn't want to blame his own failure. And you people don't want to hold him accountable for his failure.
Don't waste your time talking.
Sorry, guys. If we don't acknowledge the politics that is being played, then we'll always be second fiddle.
Exactly.
The Northerners, they play an ethno-religious politics. They've never not played politics any other way other than that. So it's not as though they are and PIUS AYIM is telling us they caught him off guard.
That is naive.
That a Fulani man backed a Fulani man. What was his expectation?
But you see, the the error that we keep making is that we go to the table with a clean mind, like, okay, we want to play this thing.
But we've done that too often now, so that's
naivety.
Yeah,
hold on, let me just say one.
We should blame our elites for that.
Rational mind, don't support failure. You are supporting your people. That is what you are. Don't support your people that are failure. Your people that does not know how to play the game, and you are supporting them. You want to blame others for their failure. That will tell us that we are very irrational people. We are not objective.
All right, hold on. Let's hear from X0 next, and then after X0, I'll go to the super chats to acknowledge them, to bring them into the conversation, and then after I've done that, I'll go to Ete and put a talking point to him. So let's do it in that sequence. So X0 to you.
Yeah, woman, the person you quoted right now, what's his name again? The former
PIUS. Yes.
In a fight, head to head, do you think PIUS can defeat Atiku in this fight, head to head?
I don't think he was necessarily talking about himself. He wasn't talking about himself.
Can Obi defeat?
Hold on, Ajale Koko, let it through a little bit. But back to you, X0.
Yes, I don't think PIUS is the one to complain about logics and what's it called, principles of the delegates. No, I think that fight would have been for somebody like Peter Obi, but he's no longer in that party. Any one of them talking about any other credibility is null and void because they don't have it.
He wasn't talking necessarily about himself. He was talking about how Wike was shafted in the back.
But Wike doesn't even have it. What does Wike have apart from money? What does he have?
No, but the overarching picture, what he was saying essentially, it was that he was flabbergasted that it says the country can never move forward if we are still basing politics on primordial sentiments. So he wasn't talking about himself.
He was talking about Wike.
Yeah, or really to the broader space of how that primaries panned out, where people just voted along tribal lines, especially the Northerners. He was saying he's alarmed. And I'm saying I'm alarmed that he's alarmed.
Exactly.
Because the North have never played politics differently.
But apart from that, if they were to play it differently this time, that means to judge by the antecedents of each candidate. The person who would have made them to do that is a Peter Obi because he has the messages. But he wasn't even in that party. So I wonder what other candidates there has that onions that will make a Northerner now change his mind and say, okay, let me vote for Wike because he's a super technocrat. He brought in no. You understand? So if there was a Peter Obi or somebody like a Alfred Rwanda there or maybe a Soludo there, then I would say, yes, there's a reason why I should say the Northerners voted wrongly. But no, I think in this case, like I always told you, Wike is a bad politician. He made
X0, the overarching narrative of what happened to Wike was essentially he being stabbed in the back by the Northerner.
Yeah,
but there's an undercurrent narrative that the party felt that if Wike took that ticket, then that is essentially conceding victory to APC because the party itself did not feel that Wike can carry a presidential ticket. He doesn't have the broad reach. So if we removed the northern element from it, even in terms of political best chance, Wike is not the political best chance of PDP. Atiku is the political best chance of PDP.
One man, sorry.
Let me just, before I lost track. The only reason why Wike has some form of clout is the money. Apart from that, he doesn't have any other thing. He doesn't have the people because he lost even the Igbos during the Oyigbo, what would I call killings?
Oyigbo, you mean? Look at this guy.
Yes.
Look at this guy, Oyigbo.
He lost it. So he's never that candidate. And God forbid if a Wike gets a PDP ticket, it's a leeway for APC. Any candidate whatsoever APC pulls out, they're going to win it.
So if you remove remove what they are describing as treachery by Tambuwal, Wike is still bad market for PDP.
It's still bad market
and Atiku is their best chance. Atiku is their best chance.
President to anybody, he cannot bring votes. So money, there's a limit to what money can do. There's a limit. That guy is so rich; he has all the money to pump in. Like I heard from somebody, they said he's going to pump in support for Tinubu now. So that guy just doing anything he wants to do with money, but nothing else. No vote from anywhere. Even in the South, he has lost it.
I don't know why you're saying that. There's nothing to suggest that he has. But yes. Thank you. Let me acknowledge the super chats that are coming in. So Babati joins Alexander Gomez in using that function, and he uses it to say, northern domination or northern cabal is an excuse Southerners use to hide their disunity, their own disunity. Stop blaming a mythical northern cabal. So I think we give a lot of too much credit to this narrative of a northern cabal. Their politics is somewhat primitive, but we overthink it sometimes because they just play basic politics, which, as I said, are ethno-religious. So we know that. So why don't we just calibrate to counter that? But we overthink it and over-eulogize it, and we turn it into a grammar speaking session. But hold on. Let me roll with the super chats, and then you can come back in. Northern domination or northern cabal is an excuse Southerners use to hide their own disunity. Stop blaming a mythical northern cabal. So that is Babati just musing to the space via super chat. Alexander Gomez comes back. My brother will guarantee PDP 25% in Lagos State. So Alexander Gomez, of course, his brother very much in play. Yes. Let me see if I can find a photograph of his. I had yes. Okay. So let me share with you then where Alexander Gomez is going with that. I'm sure you don't mind me sharing this, Alexander. So this is what Alexander is referencing. So this is Alexander Gomez's brother. Thank you, Lagos Central. Prince Adewale Gomez, PDP candidate elect, Lagos Central Senatorial District. So Alexander via super chat giving his brother props. So Alexander gives his brother props as Sonny Utah comes in with the super chat again. It says Obi cannot win only if you guys there are going to count the vote. So I don't quite know where it's leading with that. Obi cannot win only if you guys there are going to count the vote. So maybe saying then by osmosis, Obi can win, except people like you put spanner in the wheel.
No, maybe the man is talking from Nigeria. So you are not in Nigeria. So I think maybe that might be.
No, you don't get him. He's meaning that it will be rigged because we are not the ones that are supporting him that are going to count.
Yes.
One man, can I finish my statement?
Okay, carry on. Yeah.
The factor that you guys are also not putting into consideration is that the Southeast, you see the Southeast. The Southeast is no longer the Southeast you used to know. The terrain has changed. People will be whipped into line. So we're not going to have free for all. It's not going to happen like before. This time, if there's going to be an election in the Southeast, people will be whipped into line. Just mark that word. So if there's a candidate, there's going to be block votes into one direction. If you go against the line, you'll be whipped into shape again. That's how the Southeast has become. That's what it has become, and you cannot change it right now. Even so
on non-government politics.
So they're gonna coerce people to vote for Obi. What kind of democracy is that? They're gonna coerce people to vote.
I don't know.
That is what you are suggesting. That's what you are saying. The Southeast has changed. They will coerce people to vote for Obi.
When they say vote your way, vote this way, are you going to vote another way? Go try it now. Go and try it.
I thought you are saying we should play the same politics with the North. Go and if they not decide to vote for if they not decide to vote for Atiku, let some group of people in the north say they are voting for somebody from the south and see what will happen to them. So
you have some governors in PDP in the east, you have representatives from the east, you have a lot of PDP representatives from the east that we campaign for Atiku, and Atiku will choose a vice president from the east. Do you want to kill all of them?
Governors doesn't have mouth.
You want to kill all your people? Because they are on the side of because they are on another party. You want to kill all your people because they don't want to vote for Obi.
All right, hold on, Xero. Let's hear from engineer. Engineer, let's hear from you. Yeah.
Yeah, one man, you posted something in the afternoon, right? If you look during Atiku's campaign, when he was like kind of giving a speech thanking people for coming out to vote for him. If you look by his right, you see an Igbo man with the red cap.
I think that was AYIM. Yeah, good one. Yeah.
If you look at his left, you see a Yoruba man with the nice cap.
Abetiaja, yes.
Thank you. So that would tells you that no matter what, these people will still be in power. That's it. That can tell you everything from there. If you guys don't know about the something one man post, go back to his link. You will see it yourself. There you start to realize that yes, these people, they are fast and far away.
All right, thank you, engineer. So I think I missed one of the super chats, which was from Babati. So let me correct that immediately. So this is what Babati continues to now in conversation using Alexander Gomez's method. It says Anambra, Cross River, Delta, Bayelsa, Enugu voted for Atiku. Imo went with Tambuwal, who eventually voted Atiku. That is where Wike lost the election. 50% of Wike's votes came from the north. So I'm not quite sure where you got that data, but that is quite interesting reading. So there it is right there. Anambra, hold on. Can you hold on? Just give me a second. Anambra, Cross River, Delta, Bayelsa, Enugu voted for Atiku, and this is during the primaries, by the way, because all of the permutations, we're still trying to see how they swayed, because it's not just the numbers, but where they came from. And this is what Babati is adding via Super Chat. It says Anambra, Cross River, Delta, Bayelsa, Enugu voted for Atiku. Imo went with, so you always trust Imo with their Fulani governor. So Imo went with Tambuwal, who eventually voted Atiku. That is where Wike lost the election. 50% of Wike's votes came from the north. So maybe we're too quick then to make this rather somewhat pedestrian divide, and we go north-south, north-south. Maybe it's more dynamic than that, is what Babati suggests via Super Chat. So thank you for the Super Chat, Babati. You wanted to come in CBD.
Yeah. You know, when he posted that, I also asked him that where did he get it? He never replied. So that means, I don't know. Let me not, maybe we reply later.
But well, you don't know do you know to the contrary?
No, am I arguing? I only ask him, where did you get your data from? He did not post.
Yeah, that's somewhat questioning it now. That's questioning it. So if you know to the contrary.
It's a simple question now. Where? I do not say it's a lie, I just say where and no answer. So what I'm trying to say is that people should be factual. And also there's something Xero was saying. And when I wanted to ask, people covered my voice, it has escaped my mind. So I think I'll remember later.
All right. Thank you. It's the nature of where we are in politics today, because people hold this opinion so strongly. So let me go then from Ajanle Koko to Ete, if it's with us. Ete, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
All right, brilliant. So good to have you still. Good to have you still with us, I should say. So this story really is the last paragraph that is the most interesting one. It's all interesting, but the last paragraph, the most interesting. Tinubu Amechi orders storm venue of APC presidential screenings. So at last they are having the screenings, and them are going for the screenings now. Already adds to that the assertion, that conversation that we had, that they knew that INEC was going to move the timetable forward by 6 days. So they didn't do their primaries nearly 3 days to the original timeline, but now they are starting their screening rather. So that tells us that they had pre-knowledge, which is to say that it was Buhari that instructed him to move it. So Tinubu, Amechi, others storm venue of presidential screening. So that headline, we've been waiting to see it, but it is the last few paragraphs that are the most pertinent. So let me just go. Actually, let me give you the full read of it. It's only a short little. Presidential aspirants of the All Progressive Congress on Monday stormed the Transcorp Hilton for the party's screening exercise. Former Lagos State Governor Bola Tinubu and ex-Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi were amongst the aspirants present. Others included Senator Ibikunle Amosun, Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi, Minister of State for Education Emeka Nwajuibi, and Pastor Tunde Bakare. He's still clinging on to that nonsense. And Pastor Tunde Bakare, Nicholas Felix, Uju Ken Ohanenye, Ajayi Borofis, and Ken Namani. So that's the list of the people being screened. The screening committee is chaired by former APC National Chairman John Oyegun, APC National Chairman Abdullahi Adamu, and National Secretary Eyola Omishore are also sitting in on the exercise. So that's it. But the last paragraph, the most striking, aspirants removed from the list of the screening committee include Akinwumi Adesina, Goodluck Jonathan, Chris Ngige, Timipre Silva, and Godwin Emefiele. So really that last paragraph, really the most striking. All the night moves that are just nocturnal politicking that are Goodluck Jonathan has been intriguing us with, they come to an end right now. They've removed him from the screening. And off the back of that, Buhari goes on to ridicule all these things that he has been doing and instructed him frontally not to use any photographs that he took with him to try and confuse the political space. Used and dumped the man from the creeks. Ete.
He never said that.
The reversal. It's begun.
I'm just stating what some people have stated in this platform, saying that Goodluck Jonathan was just playing a game and was never serious about coming back. Which I have said it several times. If Goodluck Jonathan was serious about coming back and he was trying to come back through PDP, he was very foolish through APC. Was very foolish by that move. So he's in I think he's in Italy attending a function over there. So it shows that he knew that there was nothing into this. It's just paparazzis. And,
so all those photographs that he has been releasing of night meetings with Abdullahi Adamu, who is a new person in play, by the way, because he only became the chairman of APC a few months ago, and he's having nightly meetings with him. And that form that he procured and then was protesting that he did not, and then the meeting with Maman Daura, the Buhari's nephew, the lead member of the cabal, all of that was just to show that he wasn't interested.
Although that was just obviously, he never said, I am going to contest. For example, you have people like Tinubu saying, I want to be president, I am going to contest. You have people like Abechi saying the same thing. You have people like, what's his name?
And the court judgment that he what about the court judgment he procured from Bielsa?
The court judgment concerning the
to clear the legal obstacle for him contesting. What about that?
That was part of the game he was playing. Because if he wanted to become the president, he would have forced them to do consensus, obviously, or probably go around seeing delegate like everybody's doing. Goodluck Jonathan never came out to see one delegate, one. He never moved around to canvass for votes. He never did that. So it's just paparazzis people that are trying to spice up the political space, that were looking for every news they could get to make the race more interesting.
So Goodluck Jonathan gave no indication that he was interested in the 2023 election. He gave no indication.
That is what I said, that now what some people in this platform have been saying, that some cabal were pushing him to become the candidate, and he was stylishly playing along and removing himself at the same time. It makes sense a bit.
I said that.
It makes sense a bit, because there's no way if Goodluck Jonathan wanted to seriously, in quote, become the APC flag bearer, he will be playing politics like this. He was not even doing like he's serious or doing like he was even interested in it. He hasn't spoken to any delegate. He hasn't even canvassed anybody for the position. He just paparazzis. People are just looking for news, and they succeeded in spicing up the politics in APC. Because Goodluck Jonathan never said, and if they see Goodluck Jonathan now a snapping picture of Buhari, they will say Bo is the chosen one, even when Buhari never says anything like that. Even when Goodluck Jonathan too never said anything like that, people will start bringing up permutations. That is what is happening.
So you don't think he punked himself?
No.
All right.
All right.
There's just too much evidence that he was aggressively moving, to get that thing, and they just played him for a fool. This is just what's happened.
No, he was not moving to get any presidential position. Actually, I actually feel he was playing some certain people for a fool, because he never claimed anything. Goodluck Jonathan, and we know in Nigerian politics, when a politician doesn't come out outright to say that he wants to contest or he wants something, the other politician is not serious. We know this. But the man never said for once that, look, I want to contest. I'm getting the form in APC, and I want to talk to the delegates. I want to make Nigeria great again, or Nigeria anything. He never said anything like that. He was always smiling sheepishly in press conference and stylishly stirring up the waters. That is what he was doing. There was nobody played Goodluck Jonathan for a fool. Nobody did. If he wanted to contest, he would have.
All right. Sorry, everyone. The link I'm putting in the comment section is for Ajanle Koko. So please let Ajanle Koko click on that link. Ete is done too much. Is for you not to, we've seen him in meetings.
I've criticized Goodluck Jonathan several times for the PDP. I'm sorry, for the APC. Moving to APC was a very stupid move. I've said that several times, that's a very stupid move. How will you move to the party that bring you down, the party that spread propaganda and lies about you? You are still moving to the party. I've said that several times, but we can't just conclude and say that Goodluck Jonathan wanted to be president. Wanted to be president.
What they are doing is
unbelievable. Why did he vote form? Why did he purchase nomination
buy form? He didn't buy form.
What are you talking about?
He didn't buy form.
It's unbelievable. Only Nigeria.
This is horrible, man.
The man said he didn't buy form. Why would we insist that he
said that
form?
he came out angrily. He came out angrily. He released a statement immediately.
Why did he go to court? Why did he go to court to challenge the electoral?
Ajanle Koko, do you remember when Celibis used to come here and fight us and say they used to fight for him? That he must be president now. Even Aizo will come and fight. But now
it is unbelievable.
Now that they are mocking.
I wouldn't vote for Goodluck Jonathan.
This is ridiculous, man.
Disagree. Let the man continue his.
No, this is what we have treated here. We have talked about it several times. This man went to court to challenge the law that banned him from coming for presidential race. He got judgment that yes, he can still I mean, why are we doing this for God's sake?
One man read that news here, and he never mentioned anywhere where Jonathan went to court. He said it was the Malamian and whatever group in the north.
What of the form? What of the form that he sent money? What of the money he sent to Governor of Jigawa that purchased from
where's
him?
the document? Why you just come on air and start saying all these things?
Well, we say this thing when Jonathan himself have made it very clear that he never.
Why didn't he make categorical statement? Why didn't he make categorical statement against all the reports? But why did he say, "Oh, I'm not contesting"? Why can't he
said it? That's what we are telling you. He said it. It's on the public domain.
Let us talk. Let us talk through some points, and then let's see how. So, Goodluck Jonathan procured by proxy a judgment to say that he is eligible because there's a new law that precludes him that a president and a governor that completes the tenure of their principal and then run one more time, they cannot take an oath of office for the third time. But he went to Bayelsa, to Yenagoa, to get a judgment that precludes him from that law. And then he came in. Remember, we used to discuss this endlessly. When FULANI takes a position and Goodluck Jonathan's lawyers take a position, and that was even as recent as yesterday or the day before we discussed it. So he went and procured a judgment in Bayelsa State to clear the legal obstacles for him to run. So that's one. We've seen him in endless meetings, 2-3 meetings, where the photographs were released of him going to Abdullahi Adamu's home in Abuja, and Abdullahi Adamu's coming to his home in Abuja. Late at night, they record that they were in private conversations for 4 hours. So this is in the thickness of this presidential race. Adamu being the chairman of APC. This is within the last two weeks thereabout. We've also seen him within the last week or so in nocturnal meetings with Maman Daura, who is the voice of the cabal. So we've seen all of that. And we also know that he procured by proxy the form for APC. We know that too. So all of this to say that it's not interested or it's not pushing for it.
Woman, can I say this?
Go on.
If we are saying Goodluck Jonathan, if he had, okay, let me put it as a question. If he had purchased, if they had cleared him to be able to run and, for 2 terms, is it like a taboo for him to show interest in contesting for election? What would be what exactly?
What is in CBD saying again? You are not talking directly to the issue on the ground.
No,
if show interest.
He succeeded. Yeah,
it's impossible for you to say he didn't show interest because the evidence is too overwhelming. He was chasing it aggressively.
That space that it seems like nobody should enter. That's what I want to address. I want to talk on. Is it a crime or is it a taboo for him to show interest to run if he's cleared to go for 2 terms? Because the major problem most people even had was because of he was going to spoil the chance of the South by going for only 1 term and the North.
No, he can't go for 2 terms. There's nothing that clears him to go for 2 terms.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If
no, he can't go for 2 terms now by the Constitution. I'm not sure.
So what did they take him to court for?
No.
I mean, what did he go to court for?
Let me explain. So maybe if you're not clear, then maybe the audience are not clear as well. When Buhari came in 2016, he enacted an appendage to the Nigerian electoral law. There's this thing that's always coming. It's a virus that people. So if you see something like that, please don't click on it. That has all this asking you to click on something. But there was this law that Buhari introduced just in 2016, which states that if a vice president who has either through the death of the president or the president retiring or being incapacitated, if they have had to take the oath of office to be president to complete the tenure of their principal, which was what Goodluck did, they cannot take more than 1 more oath of office to be president. So that space where they completed the tenure of the of their principal who had to step down through death or incapacitation. That space where they took that oath of office, even if it's for a week, it counts as already one oath of office. So if they then run an election and win, and they take an oath of office again, that counts as a second oath of office. So if you take the oath of office to complete your principal's tenure, you cannot take more than one more oath of office. So Goodluck Jonathan has taken 2 oaths of office to be the president of Nigeria, one to complete the Yar'Adua space, and then on his own team. So what that law precludes is that, but what Goodluck Jonathan managed to do by that judgment he bought from his own home state is to state that because he ran in 2015, that had he won in 2015, he would have taken a third oath of office. So this law now that came in 2016 cannot retrospectively debar him from what would have obtained in 2015 had he won. So it's somewhat convoluted, but that is the space. So he went through all of the palaver of clearing that legal loophole to clear the deck for himself to run. So he was a desperado, very desperate man, very desperate.
Thank you so much for that analysis. The truth of the matter is
it's not analysis, it's a presentation of the facts. Yeah.
It's analysis.
No, it's a presentation of the facts.
Okay,
I'm telling you what the law.
Fact now.
Okay,
hold on. Is it not the law that they signed? Which part of it is not the law?
Okay, I'm coming.
Speaking of facts, is it not facts that Goodluck Jonathan never categorically said he wants to be the president? Is it not fact?
Thank you. He never said so.
One man, see what happened here. See what happened here. Goodluck Jonathan, based on statement they have made all over the media and other places, for record purpose, you have to go and clear. If I thought he's the one that even did it too, you have to go and clear it off. And besides, it's not even Goodluck that was even wanted, willing to do contesting for president. It's even APC, especially the Fulani Kaba that wanted Goodluck Jonathan. You know, Goodluck Jonathan gave that condition. If they can adopt him as a consensus candidate, that is the only way he can run. He was not desperate for.
So you are confirming our position that he showed interest too.
He did not show any interest like. It was
so why was he meeting at night? What was the fourth?
Why is he giving condition if he doesn't show interest?
Whichever.
I mean, what are you people talking about? Why do you just want to defend indefensible? Anytime that one of your own have done something wrong, you want to defend him to death. You don't want to
defend Jonathan to death here. There's nobody.
Anytime Jonathan here
when he makes
he's always taking it.
When Abubakar Malami went to court in Umahia to get a ruling, a judgment that aspect of the new law should be expunged or should be deleted, we are all here chanting against. Hold on. We were all here. We were calling this guy name. We are calling him corrupt. We are calling him all sort of things. Now Jonathan did similar thing, and he couldn't show a man of himself that, look, I am not interested in this position. He was playing game. He was trying to see a way he can secure the ticket as well. We saw every fact came out against this guy. But you people want to defend him that he has not done anything.
Hold on. Let's say hold on. When I say hold on. Let's hear from Teobala and let's give him the chance to express himself. But before we hear from you, Teobala, let me just quickly acknowledge Ayo Joe, who also has now discovered the super chat button. And his super chats to say, he says, if PDP had given their ticket to any southern candidate, APC will have used Goodluck Jonathan as consensus, since he can only be there for 4 years. So it was essentially Atiku coming through that made them abandon him. So thank you, Ayo Joe, because that's my thinking all the way through. But I also knew that as soon as this broke, the usual suspects, not you especially on this platform, but Reno Mokri and those elements like that, they will quickly start to reverse, as we're seeing the reversal now at full speed without even looking in the wing mirror. They are reversing at speed without even checking the back that, when did they come out? When did they say it? When all the evidence is there. if PDP had given their ticket to any South candidate, APC would have used Goodluck Jonathan as consensus, since it can only be there for 4 years. Entirely, totality, my thinking. So thank you for the super chat, Joe, as we hear from Teobala. Teobala, to you.
In my own opinion, at least to some extent, I agree with that statement. The truth of the matter is that Jonathan was not desperate to be any president. You understand? Hold on. Please, nobody should interject me because I want to make it.
Carry on.
He was not desperate to be any president. See, there's underground movement that was even going on about these Fulani people, you know, to take over the power after 4 years, which they now find out that if they give power to Jonathan as a consensus candidate, it will come back to them after 4 years. Now, ticket going back, they knew that when PDP throw their ticket open, that's what APC now decided to throw their ticket open as well. This guy not come into the game. This is a Senate person, so whether Ahmed now come into the game. Now, peradventure, now maybe they might give him the ticket or they go to Tinubu. But the point is that Jonathan gave them option, either consensus or no. But that is just our own what we be hearing on rumor. The truth of the matter is that he has never come out on television anywhere or media to say I want to contest for president or they should give me consensus. He
has come out to say I am still consulting.
That's what he said, one man.
What does it mean
consulting? Yes.
Consulting?
Anybody
was he accused?
What are we doing here, for God's sake?
Can I say something?
Yeah. Go on, next zero. Yeah.
Please.
No, go on.
Let us use our reasoning to judge the situation of Jonathan, please. There is no way a group of people like the cattle rearers, or what are they called, or any other group for that matter, will buy a ticket of 100 million for an individual without giving him a hint that they want to do that. So to me, like I said before, and I still maintain it, Jonathan knew. They told him they wanted to do this. He wasn't quite ready for this, but when it came, power, they said, I told you guys, but power is so tempting.
Yeah, sure.
It gave them the free way to do all they wanted to do, and then when it started to backfire, he's now changing the tune. So I think Jonathan knew what they were doing, and they wanted to see how it's going to pan out. This guy is just selfish. He wanted to stay there for another 4 years, even if it's going to be like a Shonekon. He just wants to be there for his own self. He's not going to help anybody in this matter if he becomes president.
Do you think they played him and punked him?
No. They all played each other. That's what these guys are doing. They played each other.
I'm seeing it as they didn't even play him at all. Where did they play him now, for example? He's the one that has played them. If he has refused,
he didn't play them. They play him and abandon him. They played and abandoned him. They didn't ridicule himself because he's greedy. He ridiculed his image. He ridiculed everything. What of this guy?
Nobody will accuse Ajani Kokona for micromanaging.
Hold on. He ridiculed his personality. He ridiculed everything about himself. What of Adewumi? There are some people bought from, and he came out categorically and said, "Look, I appreciate your efforts. I appreciate everything that you are looking up to from me, but I'm sorry, I'm not contesting." He came out and said that clearly. Why can't Jonathan do that? A man of no integrity, a man that doesn't have principle will do that kind of mess. And it should be condemned. But you people want to stand in the public place and defend indefensible. You just stop this.
How can you say Jonathan don't have principle? Someone that
he has principle.
We have
principle.
How can you say he doesn't have principle?
Which principle? A person that cannot be categorical on his position. On anything he wants to do, it's not categorical.
Whenever you are making a point, don't take it too personal, please.
It's not personal. We are just talking it the way it is. Let's talk it the way it is. Let's just say it the way it is. That Jonathan is a unprincipled man. He's not a leader in any respect. You see, he's not a leader in any respect. Just say it.
He's a leader, and that's why Tinubu removed him or orchestrated.
All right, let's hear from engineer. Engineer, let's hear from you.
Wow.
Wow.
I never knew men can talk more than women here, man. My goodness. Please, guys, let's just
Please don't
we are
insult us.
educating people.
Making a point.
Just shut up and keep quiet,
no,
please.
Oh, hold on, Andy. Now you just go to the point. Yeah, sorry.
We're educating people. We're not here to be, lambasting our elders. Please, our gathering here is just to make sure that things work well in that country. I must be honest to you.
Which elders feel lambast?
If we keep saying all this chanting or shouting, please, let's still remember we are educating a lot of people. The platform, people are open on this platform and people are looking up to us. But if we keep shouting, doing, arguing, that would not solve the problem. And at the end of the day, we may end up even choosing the wrong people. Our prayer here is to make sure that peace reign in that country. People should love themselves. Because at the end of the day, the level of killing in that country and how people don't trust each other is just very, very bad, and it's unfair. So please, whatever we're doing, let's just keep a clean sheet instead of arguing or shouting on the platform. Please and please, let's try and educate people. People are hoping on this platform. That's all I can say for now.
Engineer. They say wherever there are 3 Nigerians, there are 4 opinions. So sometimes I wonder if what we do here is just rowdy or is impassioned. But sometimes I just think it gets rowdy sometimes.
It's too rowdy.
It's not really to the it's not to the benefit of the audience when 3 voices, 4 voices even cascading over each other. But the passion, of course, we need. But the rowdiness, it serves no purpose. So let's keep it impassioned, but not rowdy. So not rowdy because it serves no purpose. But back to Ete, who had the floor. Ete, back to you.
Yes, it's
Ete, before you continue, one man, I beg, I want to, at least, I think I will have to, I have to blame you for it. Please, you are the coordinator.
Right.
And don't allow anybody to speak too long. 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
No, don't worry. No. I have my own system, but thank you. Let me get back to it. I take what you're saying, but I don't like to over moderate. I like the ebb and flow of the conversation. I like people to and the audience like it as well. To interrogate you on a point, but not to labor it too hard. So an interjection is just a short infusion of a fact or a correction. But sometimes when people interject, then it's some long essay on something or the other, which is not an interjection, which is essentially taking over the spot. So yes, I like the ebb and flow, and there's a system to it. There's a method to the madness. But I take your correction. I take your point, which is something that people have said before. But this place organized, it works organically. I just try to keep hold as much as I can. But back to you, Ete.
Yes, about Goodluck Jonathan. I'm just happy finally he's out of the play, so nobody can come again to permutate some permutation and to say some push some agenda. He's out of the picture now, so we know for sure that we're not getting Goodluck Jonathan. So we're looking now if we're going to see Tinubu, or maybe we're going to see Osibanjo or Amechi. So it's still a not a clear run for Tinubu right now in APC. Still not clear.
How is that space, the APC space? How is it shaping up for you? What is it looking like now at the APC?
Yeah, it's looking very tricky. What I'm saying is looking very tricky is the fact that till now somebody like BUHARI hasn't come out to support Tinubu. It's very shocking to me because knowing how the campaign happened for him to climb power. By now, you're supposed to reciprocate it by endorsing Tinubu long time ago. But you can still, even till the dying minute, he's not even mentioning anything. And we are even hearing that his anointed one might be Amechi, which to me is kind of funny because South was even worse than Southeast in voting against him. South rejected him wholeheartedly. If you check both in 2019 and both in 2015, so it's surprising to me. And the way things are going, that permutation that people are saying Ahmed Lawan might come out, and before you know it, you start hearing that they want to zone it to the northeast, or they are zoning it to the northeast, because obviously Atiku is from the northeast and Ahmed Lawan is from the northeast. And me, I would love them to do that. In fact, I am praying every day for them to give Ahmed Lawan, because that would give a clear road to Aso Rock.
That will give who a clear road?
Obi.
Oh, all right. I cannot see a situation where they would give it to Ahmed Lawan, because it doesn't have the political cachet of somebody like Tinubu, Amechi, etc. The natural fight is between really Atiku and Tinubu, because that is a fight that people had been anticipating was going to be the case all the way through. And you know, in fact, I'll probably say Atiku winning the PDP thing is somewhat Tinubu's is to Tinubu's advantage.
You see, if Tinubu gets even 40% of the vote in the north and going against Atiku, he has won that election, because Atiku is not going to get the southeast and the south. That's just the fact. The southeast and the south right now are not going to vote for Atiku. So the thing is, if Tinubu can just get 40% of the north and Atiku takes 60%, he's the next president of Nigeria.
And how would you welcome or not that? How would you welcome or not welcome that?
To me, I prefer Tinubu than Atiku, because the truth is, yes, Tinubu is corrupt, Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that, but when it comes to doing some things, at least he does some things, even when he steals. To me, it's the lesser evil. When you look, if you put Tinubu and Atiku right here, I think Tinubu is the lesser evil compared to Atiku. Although both of them will never get my vote, but I feel like Tinubu is the best shot for me, and I don't want us to break this zoning culture, because once this zoning culture is broken and Atiku climbs there, we're embodying the north will now have this kind of nonsense ideology that, oh yes, we will be there every time.
But because there's no guarantee that if Atiku gets it, that after 8 years they will then say, okay, now it's the turn of. They will just come up with another majority, another abracadabra. You know,
they will come up with another abracadabra and start telling you that, oh, the North Central have never had it. The North Central have never had it. We need to give North Central a chance. That's how it's going to.
Are you factoring this guy in, Kwankwaso?
Kwankwaso is not in any running right now.
How are you?
Trying to get political, he's trying to be relevant.
No, it's not. No, let's see something now. You're talking about, I'm not talking about him winning the election, as in getting some votes from the north. It might reduce somebody from the north or any, you know, that's the aspect I'm just talking about.
The core north is one tribe. Huh? The core north is one tribe.
Okay, fine. Look at what I'm trying to say. I'm not predicting that he's going to win the general election. If, for instance, the bulk of vote now is going to come from the north, imagine maybe 1 million votes or 1,000. Yeah, let's say 1 million votes go to Kwankwaso. Would that not be a disadvantage to at least 1 or 2 candidates? That is the aspect I'm talking about.
1 million votes from which states?
How many votes does Kanu have?
Oh, it will be well in excess of 1 million.
But you have to have 25% in every other state now.
You don't understand my point. Listen to me now. I'm not saying he's going to win election. But imagine, like, as it stands right now, they have a very strong hold in Kanu. Maybe normally Kanu is supposed to get like 1 million votes, for instance. Maybe he will not share 500 inside. Maybe other parts share another 200 or so, which will not reduce somebody's chance from that note. Maybe that's the aspect I'm saying, which will be in favor of Tinubu, for instance, or in favor of
that's also a factor.
That's one state. That's what I'm saying. You need an overall influence in the northern states. If Kwankwaso movement has Kanu, you are sure of Kanu, of course. But what influence does he have in Sokoto, in Jigawa, in all these?
No. What Teobala is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Teobala, is that if he takes Kano State, then he removes that heavy block of votes.
Thank you.
From somebody else's dynamic. Just as Peter Obi will remove the southeastern votes from the dynamics.
It is going to affect APC because it's APC that won Kano in 2014 and 2019. So APT is gone there. Forget about Kano for APC.
That's one of the Kardashian states now. The three Kardashians, Kano, Katsina, and Kaduna.
And there are two states that most the Nigerian presidency is Lagos and Kano. You have to get those two states if you ever want to be president, just for the numbers.
But how do we count the winner? Is it by number of states you win or by total overall population of voters?
I think it's by overall majority, then factoring in 25% from every state.
Yes, 25% in 2/3 of the totality of our state in Nigeria and majority vote. That will give you the presidency.
But if Kwankwaso sweeps Kano State, which he will, then nobody gets that. Not even Mahmoud Yakubu can write those figures. We know he is a better writer than Wole Soyinka, the way he wrote 2019. But
One man, have you guys seen the latest news on Sahara Reporters? Kwankwaso said he already met with this is making me have some doubt about Obi. He said he met with Obi before Obi declared for Labour.
We covered that here. Yeah.
He said what?
I said we covered that here.
No, just a new report that just came. I don't know, maybe we covered it, but I'm just saying that a new report that just came that he said that he met with Obi a few days before Obi.
He offered him the vice presidency, Abi.
He offered him the vice presidency.
Yeah,
my point is this is my point.
Obi denied it.
Obi denied it.
Obi denied it on Arise News.
And CBD denied it here on his behalf.
When Kibaloye was asking him that, are you in talks with, and then because we've been hearing, so he says, where did you get the story from? He says, I'm not being in talks with anybody. So I was like, oh my goodness. I mean, why are people not being straightforward? I mean,
the guy is a guy man now. He's a guy man. He's a guy man.
Go and watch that.
It's not worthy to be a leader, man.
Are you sure that
okay.
So let's assume one at a time now. What did we just say now about one at a time? Settle down.
Let's assume he said that. So what will make us to go?
Is that wishy-washy now? Wishy-washy.
No, let's assume.
Hold on.
Oh my God,
hold on. Because you are cascading over somebody else's voice and you are saying you guys. You do remember Alexander Gomez's super chat the other time saying that Peter Obi is a wishy-washy sort of a guy. So that's the wishy-washy. So in TBD, you address that.
There's nothing like that. And well, let me not get to. I think if I might get too heated up in just talking here, and I'm trying to avoid that because I feel like there's just too much twisting and But you see, let's assume that if it's what will make us now believe Kwankwaso and not believe Obi. If Obi said that he never met, that maybe so all of a sudden Kwankwaso is the truth bearer.
Because Obi has an antecedent. He has antecedents for being wishy-washy.
So if Obi said clearly, that he never met with NMPP, let me finish. If Obi said clearly that he never met with NMPP, maybe those guys tried to contact his team and his team refused. Maybe that's just my own thought. But Obi by himself said he never met with the NMPP. So why would we not believe him? So why would we? So is Kwankwaso the new activist fella? Is he the new fella that is speaking?
But Kwankwaso is a straight talking man now. He's not wishy-washy.
Obi is not talking there. It's just that some people are looking for any tiny thing to bring Obi down, and they are not seeing it. Kwankwaso.
Another defense.
This is when let me tell you
one at a time. One at a time, though. Yeah, anybody can talk, but one voice. Yeah.
is his word against Obi's word. So you can't say it's a defense. Is his word against Obi's word? If I tell you, if you accuse me of something and I say no, so what is it? Why should someone believe you over me? Why don't you guys, why don't they go now and investigate? Obi came out by himself and said he never met with NNPP for any position of vice presidency.
Do you see why he would say that? Do you see why he would say that, though, Sebede?
So why would he say that if he did?
Okay, if Peter Obi was in talks with NNPP and those talks were not favorable and he has had to then take his ambition somewhere else, he will not go to that other place under the impression that they are his second choice, having been rejected somewhere else. So it serves him to say that he did not have those talks, but it was all over the public space that talks were ongoing, and it came out even a few days ago. We addressed
let
it
me
here.
tell you where that talks came out from. This is where it came out from. After Obi resigned from the PDP, there was this in Obi supporters that were pushing that Kwankwaso should merge with Obi and be a vice, so that Obi was going to get that.
Why are you guys spinning this thing around like this?
I don't. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Let me sing a song.
Met with him. They had a discussion.
Let me explain
Another savior. Odi.
You're not always
is our savior.
Always do everything to put a Peter Obi down.
See, what's that?
That is not good.
What? Sorry, what's that? Hold on. What did you say to your Bala?
Okay, fine. My whole point is that, as in, you always make statements. Why use the word rhetorical or something? So, as in, when you make statement regarding Obi, you always find a way to hit the person that want to answer it. You let the person air his view.
Everybody's hearing their views now. Who's not?
But whenever Atiku is praising Tinubu, you will not.
Look, no, don't worry. They've tried what you are doing before. They've tried to color me Tinubu. Somebody has come here to accuse me of taking money from Atiku. So somebody has called me to call me hating Peter Obi. None of that. The topic of the day addressed devoid of emotions. So that's just the thing.
Welcome to the club.
If I don't see Peter Obi in the lights that you guys want to paint him, then I'm happy for you to paint him in the lights that you see him. Okay. But you have to be happy for me to see him in the reality that I see him. I may be wrong, but that's just the whole point.
You're the host now. You're the host. I don't think your preferences should should be that visible so that it can.
No. But this is what I keep saying. That's not the style. It's an opinion-led space, and I have an opinion too.
No, your opinion is superseding everybody's opinion.
How so?
It's somehow okay, fine. In addition to that, just in information reaching me now is that Lamido Sanusi will be the vice president of.
Yes, it has been going around since 5 hours now.
Peter. Okay, it has been going around.
Lamido Sanusi.
Yes.
You know, say
vice president of Peter Obi.
Sanusi is now a small person.
No, Sanusi is above Peter Obi in the Nigerian paradigm.
But he's going for VP.
But why is he going to?
See, what I know for sure is that they will still look for another way.
How would you say it's above Peter Obi?
Because it's long-standing in the Nigerian dynamics. You ask me a question, I can answer or I can abandon it. It's up to you. I don't have to answer it. It doesn't really. But his long-standing in the Nigerian dynamics is a prince of one of the foremost tools in Nigeria. Is a central bank former governor, and he has been at the forefront of Nigerian's politics for predating the days of Abacha. Peter Obi is a new phenomenon, and all of his cachet just isolated to a satellite state in the southeast. That's all Peter Obi is. So
that is a lie, woman.
All of his cachet politically, all of his cachet.
When Obi was a governor,
what is he hinging it on? Is it not on his Anambra something?
When Obi was a governor,
yeah.
When Obi was a governor, Sanusi was just a bank. Is it Islamic whatever bank or whatever bank it was?
Right.
So he has been in political limelight before Lamido came on board as a governor of Central Bank. So Obi has had that antecedent. But when you say an active role Well, I mean, because we know later he became Emir of Kano. That also came to, I mean,
Lamido Sanusi is a bigger name in Nigeria than Peter
by virtue of
why are we even...
Hold on now. By virtue of the family line he came from.
Yeah, whatever reasons, it's a bigger name. Whatever the reason, it's a bigger name.
Can't a smaller name
until he became central bank governor. That's what I'm
Why would a name like Sanusi subordinate himself to Peter Obi?
In the political field, it's not a bigger name than Peter Obi. Is it not politics we are talking about?
One man. Let me ask one man a question. One man, had it been Peter Obi got the ticket for PDP. And he called, or let's say APC, and he calls Sanusi to come and be his deputy? Are you saying in that instance he won't accept that?
Well, but the PDP is a bigger name than Sanusi. So it's not calling him under his name. It's calling him under PDP's name.
Oh,
is that not?
Don't spin this around.
No, that's what you said. That's what you said. Now that's why you brought PDP
rational
in.
Mind.
I said
rational mind.
It's because why you are saying that he's bigger than him is because he's in Labour Party that is not well known. But if
I'm saying it's because it's Peter Obi, and is Sanusi not a bigger name that? So I'll take whatever you say in this. Is Sanusi a bigger name in Nigeria than Peter Obi or not? So whatever you say, I go with.
Sanusi is a bigger name.
Well, there it is.
It's a bigger name.
So is that not what I said?
I won't accept the fact that it's bigger than Peter Obi. I won't accept that. But it's a bigger name.
I said bigger than what?
I don't want to compare. I don't want to make any comparison.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Even in their banking profession, rather.
Because he was a
Sanusi is bigger than him.
What of in politics?
As the chief, as the central bank governor, a person that arrives to the position of central bank governor is the number one banker in the whole of the federation. So,
what of in politics? Is he bigger than Peter?
He is not a politician. What are you talking about?
So
he was a banker. He was a banker.
He's not going to run as an assistant banker for Peter Obi. He will be vice president. So we are talking about...
He's not going to run. He has said that he's not interested in politics. He cannot run behind Obi. You people just stop that.
You know they've tried to lure him to take a presidential ticket several
He
times.
said he's not running. He said it clearly.
Imagine Sanusi.
This guy.
I've heard funny things. That's the funniest thing I've heard this year.
He has said it clearly. It's not like your Jonathan that is hiding behind curtain. Open window and run back to the room.
What the person that brought the information is saying.
Don't trust this.
There are flyers moving up and down right now, and it has been moving around for like more than 5 hours or so.
This is one thing that you people do. I don't like. You like to promote things that are not.
No, it's just fanciful. And then they tell me that I'm superimposing my will.
Let's be factual when we talk about this guy.
That is how you guys came now and said that Sanusi is next to Jesus Christ and Peter Obi.
No, it's just a bigger
name. You just said it now. You believed what they call the Kwankwaso, but you disbelieved Obi because of you want to disbelieve Obi. Then when you see somebody talking about countering your thoughts, you start talking about wishy-washy, you start talking about ethnicity, you start talking about
do you know what the sorry, okay, go on. Yeah.
I'm saying to Ete that he has not been consistent. At least you heard what one man and Agalikoko said, that he was trying to sell which I defended him on that should not be an issue. That he has always sold his boss to this very day. He's still calling our leader. That's Atiku. Now, what has changed? Well, I know there are things that have changed, which I supported, that should make Obi vie for that position. But what I'm trying to just say is this: that Obi, you guys oversell Obi sometimes. Let us speak to the fact. I believe he has what it takes. Going by what he has said.
And if you don't jump on board, they ask you. They say
over defend.
There's nothing like overselling.
Sorry, if you don't jump on board, they start to accuse you that you're throwing your weight around. You're trying to impose your will. You know,
opinion, state it and stop stating wrong information.
I don't know
what the information you're throwing against Obi. Most of them are wrong. You've never brought any facts against Obi.
Okay, hold on, rational mind. If you come up with a narrative like Sanusi is being touted as a vice to Peter Obi, something that ludicrous. Do you not expect any person with a brain? Any person with a brain, would they not recoil from that? Would they not say it's a so that's the sort of nonsensical narratives we hear from that Peter Obi.
I said for the past 5 hours, there's a flyer going around.
Oh, forget it. Do you know what the Kano stole?
On Twitter, on Instagram. That flyer
only brought news. Only brought news.
Yeah, but when I dismiss it, you say it's anti-Peter Obi, and it's just too ludicrous.
I'm telling you where I got my source from. And you said that when you say something, bring your source. I told you where the source is from, but you're still against it.
Post the link.
I said there are flyers moving around social media, and it has been doing that for like 5 hours. 5 to 6 hours now.
Photoshop. Are you talking about Photoshop?
Propaganda.
Look at that.
All right. What is your position on this Nigerian matter?
Hold on.
Position. I know it.
Okay. Can you hold on? To Bala especially, you hold on. But thank everybody. I want to go to truth to power, and I want to move the conversation away from Peter Obi. I'm going to try and avoid as much as I can. Very difficult, but I'm going to try and avoid a Peter Obi type topic in days to come. Almost impossible. But anytime we go there, we never really seem to have like a balanced conversation around it. But truth to power, are you there? Still?
I'm here.
All right. I want to play you a little short clip, just a couple of minutes, and then I want you to react to it. I've not really seen it fully myself, so we'll be watching it all together. This is Tinubu going through the screening at APC. So I want us to watch it together, and I want you then to have the first reaction as to its performance. So here is Tinubu being screened by the APC.
Yes, you was short for. If you treat, there are 3 highways in potential development of a nation. If you had gas assets, submarine gas line, or submarine vessels that will pass the your transmission, electricity transmission is an highway.
That's what the problem we still have.
And you remember that I brought Aaron to this country.
Yes.
Electricity.
Okay. Aaron, what you are about on the
telecommunication that is success in Nigeria today, I brought Econet. Econet is now Airtel.
Yes.
I've helped them to flip on the 5G now. The option that they have, we started it. Nigeria is rich.
It is.
Let's talk about that. It's just thinking and doing. And the essence of our livelihood must be placed on long-term, medium-term, short-term values. To eat values for us. And if you bring commodity exchange, establish it, and it was the first topic of my birthday colloquium when we started this APC. I brought people to make presentation to the federal government. Secondary, primary, seeding. You interdevelop those ones and build your silos. During heavy production, you save your wheats in the silos, dry them, guarantee the agricultural price. Whatever market say, I will buy from you. Then I keep the surpluses. So you can never lose. Today, anchor borrowers, I want.
So there it is. So I'm going to Truth to Power. So let Truth to Power have a real attempt at this one. So setting aside his unique to himself speech pattern, I know we've already discussed that ad infinitum. The substance of what you heard, as much as you can make of it. What have you made of it? His presentation at the screening.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one because, one can really barely make out what he was saying. But the few things I could garner, first, I would say that for all the talk about his senility, I think it's still very much intact. His words were coherent as much as possible because there were exchanges between himself and the panelists. So to a large extent, even though we didn't get to I really didn't get the feel of the meat of the conversation, but there was coherence to the conversation. And I think he made a few points regarding telecommunication, him being one of the pioneers in the market.
Sorry, Truth to Power, because I was listening also. But what I could pick up was that he was trying to say that he will use the gas that we have in abundance through an underground system to power up the country. And then he was talking about somewhat liberalization, furthermore, of the telecommunications space. And then he was talking about food security in terms of price guarantees.
Yeah. So I think So like I was saying, so he made mention of the telecommunication thing that he brought. He was one of the first people, and typically he mentioned Equinet, and then of course he talked about the fact that in terms of food production, he would. I heard him talking about silos, having to put in a moment in the time of boom, you have your produce stored in silos and all of that. So like I said, we really didn't get the feel of the extent of what he has in mind. But what was certain in that conversation is that he's pretty much a man that is still has his wits, he still has his marbles. He's not lost it, and I think personally, as much as I don't like him, I don't want him to be the president of Nigeria. I don't think that any other person coming from the north, as it were, would better him. So if on that scale, I don't think anybody would better him because he has his ways. He's a man of his ways. He probably puts a team of people together. But the truth of the matter is, I, for one, personally, I believe that we're not in Nigeria. We don't have a shortage of personnel or manpower. But what oftentimes gets in the way is greed, avarice, the fact that our leaders, our so-called political leaders, do not have genuine love for the people. And this will ultimately get into the way. So for all the ideas and brilliance and whatever we have, if we don't have leaders who are truly patriotic, who want everybody in Nigeria to have a sense of belonging, who wants a level playing field, the child of the rich and the child of the poor can have some level of standard, then what we get is that we just find that imbalance. So Tinubu still has his marbles, but whether the ideas and brilliance and all those things that it was kind of hinting on, whether they'll come to light or to fruition, I think if his greed and his avarice don't get in the way, which for me it's practically impossible, because for all the lack of leadership that we talk about, I think we in Nigeria, the most important problem, or the besetting problem for us, is the fact that our leaders do not love the people, and the greed would oftentimes get in the way. So let's see what happens if he ultimately clinches the ticket. But personally, I do not vest so much hope and aspiration in him. I do not. If he becomes the president of Nigeria tomorrow, people will have to string along, will have to hold our nose and just say this is what we get. And if he does surprise us positively, then we'll also be here to talk about him and sing his name to the high heavens. But I do not vest any kind of hope really in him.
All right, thank you, Truth to Power. So thank you, Truth to Power. So I'm going to make that Tinubu clip a round robin question. But the round robin is just a, feel free to express yourself, but condense it so that it's not too long and labored. But before I make it a round robin question, I want to acknowledge the super chat that has just come in. So I'll acknowledge the super chat. I'll play the Tinubu clip again, so that we're all we get a second chance to listen even more and pick even more details. But I just want to add, this is not putting restrictions, but just really for the purposes of. So we know that he speaks in a slurred voice. So if you want to label that he speaks in a slurred voice, then that's an easy go-to. But really, if you want to address frontally the substance of what he has to say, that more a more worthy conversation. But before, let me start off with then the super chart which comes in. It says, did I hear Rational Mind say you people are overselling Peter Obi? I said it. Let me try that again. Did I hear Rational Mind say that you people are overselling Peter Obi? I said it that someone was impersonating you, not impregnating you, hopefully. Obi is a drama artist. So don't say that too loudly, otherwise they'll chop off your head. No criticism of Obi, holy, holy. That's what we are singing now. Did I hear Rational Mind say you people are overselling Peter Obi? I said it that someone was impersonating you. Obi is a drama artist. So, that's the opinion expressed via Super Chat AI Efficiency. So thank you for the Super Chat. So now I'll play the Tinubu clip one more time so that you can pay attention to what he has to say, and then I'll kick it off with Rational Mind.
Yes, for that.
Yes,
was short for.
If you treat, there are three highways in potential development of a nation. If you had gas assets, submarine gas line, or submarine vessels that will pass the danger, your transmission, electricity transmission is an highway.
That's what the problem we still have.
And you remember that I brought Aaron to this country.
Yes.
Electricity.
Okay. Aaron, what you are about on the
telecommunication that is success in Nigeria today, I brought Econet. Econet is now Airtel.
Yes.
I've helped them to flip on the 5G now. The option that they have, we started it. Nigeria is rich. Let's talk about that. It's just thinking and doing. And the essence of our livelihood must be placed on long-term, medium-term, short-term values. To eat values for us. And And if you bring commodity exchange, you establish it. And it was the first topic of my birthday colloquium when we started this agency. I brought people to make presentation to the federal government. Secondly, primary seeding. You interdevelop those ones and build your silos. During heavy production, you save your weeds in the silos, dry them, guarantee the agricultural price. Whatever market say, I will buy from you, then I keep the surpluses. So you can never lose. Today, anchor borrowers, I want.
So there it is. So whatever you have made of it. So we know it's Ojuyobo and we know he speaks in a slurred voice. But whatever it is that you picked from what he did say in that slurred voice, what are you making of it? Rational mind.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say I'm surprised who leaked this. Was this something leaked?
I don't know, but to the substance of it.
Yeah, I'll get to it. I was just trying to like wrap my head around it. Like,
it wasn't leaked; it was released because that's a private session. So they
said they did not allow any journalists inside. That was what the report said this morning. So I'm surprised seeing this out in public. Well, however it be the case, I just hope it's not just to discredit this man. Like you said, it's slurred. That has always asked us. I mean, we've always asked the question: is this man fit for this job? Well, what he said, there are things that also can bring about development, but the way he itemized them, it wasn't coherent. I would say we can understand that. For me,
how so? How was it not coherent?
He said three things. And then the way he itemized it was saying submarine.
No. What he said was that there are three highways to development. Okay. He was using a metaphor to land at a greater point. But okay. Yeah, you just carry on now. Yeah.
I heard that part, but he said when he was talking about gas, he says submarine gas, which I was trying to as he was talking, I was just trying to fact check those things like submarine gas. I was like, what is he talking about here? I don't know. Right. But other things he said, talking about he bringing Emron, well, that's a fact. The fact is out there in the Nigerian public domain that he did that. That he brought Econet too. I heard that story, but I don't know how factual that is. But he said that. So
well, he's told you now. So
here, don't micromanage my word. Just micromanaging me, please. He said it.
Carry on, but
yeah. So he said it. I want to believe that what he said is true on that. But the way he goes about atomizing these highways to development, like he talked about, I just really, he talks about power, no doubt, which is one of those highway to development. And then talk about commodity exchange, talking about building silos and all that. Well, I think he can do better than what he did here. If it were to be the Tinubu we know back then, this man is not, for me, that's just my own opinion. This Tinubu that I'm seeing here, no, this guy cannot run the country.
All right.
This kind of mental state that he is, I know you can't. Tinubu cannot run. This Tinubu, that's why I'm wondering who leaked this. Was it leaked to?
It wasn't leaked. Forget who leaked or don't leak, but it's just the substance of it. They clearly had cameras there and they released it for whatever reason. But
I hope they do that for
other
candidates.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Let me acknowledge AI Efficiency's super chat before I go on to the next contributor. Tinubu can solve the power problem. He took FG up on its exclusivity of electricity. Your original ideology can't vaporize because of age. Tinubu can solve the power problem. He took the FG up on its exclusivity of electricity. Your original ideology cannot vaporize because of age. So that is what our AI efficiency has said as his understanding of what Tinubu had to say. So thank you, Rational Mind. Let's go to Ete. So Ete, like I said, you can attack it from whichever direction. Either attack his personality or the policies that is elucidated. But however you are approaching it, Ete.
Yeah, when it comes to what Tinubu was saying in that video, like I said before, I would definitely prefer Tinubu above Atiku anytime, any day, and because to me it's the lesser evil. But looking at the state he is right there, I don't know how you guys are still packaging that guy as somebody that is fit. Everything about him is shaking. Everything about his speech is shaking. His hand is shaking. Some part of his body is shaking. He's not even looking like he has much years to deliver to us in Nigeria. He's somebody that should retire by now and treat himself, because the truth is there's a high chance he'll become another London president, the same way we have the London president like BUHARI that spends more time in London than solving the problems of Nigeria. So that is just only my problem that I have with Tinubu right now. It doesn't look healthy at all. No matter how they want to package it, that man is sick.
All right, thank you, Ete. So the same question, we go on to Teobala. You saw the video. What is your response, Teobala?
Thank you so much, one man and everybody here. I've carefully watched that video. If you check the starting point and you find out that Tinubu's hand was shaking, later on, he will not close his own hand, as in, does not seem well. And most of the talk were not even coherent. It's not consonant with the modern day world. It pains me so much in the period now we have where we are talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about automation. Thank God you people are in UK, London, US, anywhere. You see how things are going, how leaders are bringing facts. Then you see one old man coming up. See, come on, we have people who are capable, who can handle this presidency of a thing. Tinubu, for me, with all these statements he's making, it does not fit to be a Nigeria president at the moment, going by his head. And look at the way he was even saying it. His counting works. Like counting, thinking of the next step to there, and they will not remind him of what you have done yourself. No, please. I want everybody to just put this on notice. We are here now. Most of the talk we are talking now, at least, I don't know how to say it, because the most important thing is that look at the modern day world we are in. Artificial intelligence is taking over the place in the military, in the education. Then we now have Tinubu to come and rule us. Come on, it's not fair.
All right, thank you, Teobala. So thank you, Teobala. So from Teobala, we go on to before we go on to the next contributor, let me acknowledge the super chats that's coming in via AI efficiency, still pointing in the direction of Rational Mind and really to his response to that clip. It says, Rational Mind, Tinubu made his presentation brilliantly. You are only attacking him without technical basis. Submarine gas equals underwater gas pipe. So there it is. I was suggesting that people are more to the content of his words, that the shaking hands, his hands have been shaking for a long time. So we already know that, but the content of what he had to say. But however you choose to approach it, you have a free hand. Rational Mind, Tinubu made his presentation brilliantly. You are only attacking him without technical basis. Submarine gas equals underwater gas pipe. So there it is. That is what AI efficiency understood of what Tinubu had to say. So we go on. The thing has been okay. We've had it. So let's go to X0, who hopefully is still with us. So we've lost the engineer somewhat. So X0 to you. Are you still there, X0? Okay, let's go to Ajanle Koko then. Engineer coming off has reshapes the thing somewhat. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, one man.
Okay, so you saw the clip, you heard the man. What are you making of it?
Actually, I couldn't. The audio looked not too clear for me, but the only thing I can hear clearly was that mention that the connect.
So you are breaking off. You are breaking off, Ajanle Koko.
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Can you hear me better? Okay.
Yes, much better. Carry on. Yeah.
I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear him well because maybe due to the cracking of his voice or the audio. But what I heard clearly was what he mentioned about EcoNet, that he's the one that brought EcoNet to Nigeria, and the Aaron that he brought Aaron to Nigeria was trying to provide electricity for Lagos. Yeah, I heard about that. But I would have loved to see for APC to release the full video of every contestant in the race to their people to showcase how their what do you call it? How their aspirants perform at their screening, and these to me it doesn't mean anything, because this is their party issue. The question is not a thorough question. It's not. They are not questions that dig into. It's not. They don't dig into asking tough questions. People can say whatever they like, and we do this and we do that. But how are you going to achieve it? That is what really matters. And that is why it would be good for our democracy to have debate where everybody can watch it live, and tough questions can be asked on candidates. This is what we should be doing while for the aspirant, while they are campaigning, they should organize more national debate by each party. Let the nation hear, just the way we do in the United States. Democrats doing their own debate on one side, the Republicans doing their own among their aspirants before general election, where I mean, after the secure nomination and before general election, the candidate of two parties will meet again about 3 times on national debate. This is what they should do. But I couldn't say much because I didn't hear a lot of things that he said. But I heard it too. The Aaron, which is true. He brought Aaron. He's tried to provide electricity. And the EcoNet that he said he brought is a news to me. I didn't know that he brought it. So that is it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So before we go on to the next contributor, let me acknowledge the super chats that keeps coming in. AI Efficiency is speaking to the conversation via super chat, and is saying, nothing incoherent about Bola Ahmed Tinubu's statement, but the minds who are castigating him. So I'm not sure you should be. Don't insult my panelist, Mr. AI Efficiency. Nothing incoherent about Bola Ahmed Tinubu's statement, but the minds who are castigating him. He said he will guarantee market for agricultural products. That's brilliant. So he somewhat rhymes with what he heard from Tinubu. So thank you for the super chat, AI Efficiency. So from AI Efficiency super chat, let's go on to, let me remove that from the screen. From AI Efficiency, let's go on to CBD. So in CBD, you saw the video. Now your thoughts.
Yeah, so I will just be brief, well, we can't say we will not attack his incoherency, because we have had some people here say that they don't like how Obi's speech is, even if it's making sense. So what I would say is that somebody like that, from what he said, the things he said he would do, he said something about the market. He will take them, he will make mass production during the production season, and so that when there is no low production season, the market price can be stable, because now they have produced so much during the production season, all that. Then something about Nigeria has money. When you hear some of these people talk like that, to me is usually like a disqualification. When one politician just come out and shout Nigeria has money, Nigeria have money, and they are borrowing billions of dollars that cannot be accounted for for the largest part. So that's just a lazy way to approach matters to me, if you ask me. I'm not even trying to attack him for anything. Let's just be factual. So, personally, I don't feel like he's. To be honest with you, I don't feel like he's someone that will be able to even remember everything he wants to do or that he's supposed to do. To be honest with you, I see just more of somebody trying to fulfill some lifelong ambition or dream, just to be called a former president of Nigeria, someone that was once a president. Because physically, I just don't see it. I don't see it. I feel like someone that we need a lot of assistance, personal assistance everywhere. Maybe they'll even remind him that you're supposed to see somebody tomorrow. That's what I see. And it's just so sad that some of us will, are choosing to ignore that fact while we are, permutating towards some of these people. So personally, I just feel like, that, all those things he's saying is going to do. Okay, all the things he has achieved, he brought. Imagine someone that has been in power for years, decades, that has been in the political scene, that has been in Lagos. You're coming to tell us that you brought Econet and you brought what? What else? I can't remember the other. Was it some other two?
It said they brought power and communication.
Wonderful. Okay, so yeah, but he brought power. Power is it's a natural thing. Power is everywhere in Africa, including the villages. So, and if it brought stable power, then we could say, oh yes, it did something spectacular. So power is just power everywhere. I grew up in Lagos, where when he was still a governor, where there was a time we were doing 2 days on, 2 days off. Then it went from 2 days on to 1 day off. And even that 2 days on to 1 day, that 1 day off, even that 2 days on, will be having light for six hours or so. So you just imagine that. It doesn't make any sense. So I just feel like it's a mediocre points it was just mentioning, to be honest. You can't tell me that with everything you've achieved all over for all the years, you're coming to tell us that you brought Econet and what, some basic thing that is natural for it to flow into any space, telecommunication and power, not even stable power. So yeah, and we cannot rule out the physical aspect of him, because we need someone that is agile, that can, look at what they are going through in. I don't want to mention the country name because they are a very powerful country, but look at what some people are going through, that they are doubting the capacity, physical capacity of their president. So do we want to go down that route? So we need to consider that. We need someone that can remember things that he needs to do, that will be able to know what he even wants to do in the first place, not someone that will be telling us word for word what he has just memorized. And everything was shaking, hand shaking, even the agbada, I think it was even shaking at some point. So we should be careful, please. Someone said he brought exclusivity of electricity, and I think you forgot to add Yoruba city, because at the end of the day, it seems like many of us are supporting some of these guys based on our tribe. And it's just so bad. And that is the biggest problem that we are facing in the South. All these sectional, ethnic politics that some people are some people in the South, not even the whole South, if we are being fair. Just some people in the South are playing, you know. So, man, I don't see anything. I don't see anything worth promoting. To be honest, we should feel sorry for ourselves, because if it's about being tribalistic, then there are so many. There's definitely someone in the Southwest that can. What I think that some of our people in the Southwest could have done is to just push for one of their person that they know that can transform, you know, the country, that is still agile and has some. I don't know who that person is, but I'm sure there's someone that he can push for. You know, I'm not trying to do Dobale, you know, what do my people call them? Abobaku, Lagos or Abobakus. We don't need all that, please. You know, let's be real. We are going through a lot in that country, you know. So that's what I have to say.
Is one man there?
I'm surprised that you allowed him to speak so long like this, because
it's too long. It's just a short something in CBD. You just took all the session. Maybe one man step out. One man step out.
He said
Me a day here. Where one man come?
Yeah. Maybe Tony can go next then, because I think you're the only one remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, good evening, my brothers and sisters.
Now nobody will moderate you if you start jumping off the rails, but no problem.
People know there. But I mean, they work today, because otherwise I will postpone my contribution.
Tony, continue talking. Time to go talk.
You already know which I want to talk now. Hello.
Tony, wait. Do you know
everybody? Hey, my brother Thomas. I've been sorry with that.
Do you know the question?
Yeah, I know now. The question is that about Tinubu's presentation and how we rate him.
Yes. Go on, my brother.
I know now. I've been following you guys since. I've been trying to get in. So you know now. Alpha.
Tony,
yeah, easy. So can I go on now?
Go on
now.
Okay. So I just wonder why we cannot just come together today. Even though yesterday I was begging you people, I say I beg, no matter what a Satana must have done to each other, we should bury their differences, you know, and then forge ahead and then looking forward on how to rescue ourselves from all these aliens. I don't want to mention a set of people in Nigeria right now or whatever ethnicity. Okay, we are, we the Satanas are under aliens control. Aliens.
I don't answer the question.
I'm asking now. Hold on. Yeah, that's where I'm going. Hold on now.
Tony, maybe he doesn't know.
People have been speaking this now. Let me land, please. So,
what is the question, Tony?
Yeah, the question is about Tinubu. So, what I'm trying to go, you already know. I have to drive you guys there. Tinubu, okay. Let me speak now. People are listening. Tinubu might not be the best man, okay? Tinubu might not be whatever, but going by my recommendation yesterday that we should unite to free up ourselves, because you have seen the calculation of the other people now. I don't want to mention the names because some of them are here, although they don't want to appear, online to come and talk. Are they feeling shy to come and speak here? So, hold on. So whatever Tinubu might have done you or whatever me myself might have done you or whatever HBD might have done done to me, please let us forget and unite. This is what I pleaded yesterday for. And today now I'm surprised that today when Tinubu spoke something, we are still against him. We don't have to be against him because as you all rightly know, the election in Nigeria is not called election. It is about a free-for-all fight. Who is the strongest? So the strongest man must take that chance. And then the people stand out to correct all those wrongs that have been done for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So people.
Go on. Yeah. So sorry. Thank you, Tony. Apologies, everyone. My connection dropped, so I dropped out of the thing for a moment. So I had to go and reboot that. I don't know how that happened, but my connection dropped.
We thought you'd go and start the free.
Hold on. My connection dropped. I feared the worst, and of course, I came in to hear Tony, so I was right to fear the worst. I thought, that last place. But let's get back to the sequence now. So, in CBD, did you land wherever you wanted to land?
Yeah, I landed, but I feel I don't like the way you didn't hear. Maybe you go back and watch it because I think.
No, I heard the bulk of what you said, but then I was asking you a question. I was getting no response, and I was asking, "Can anybody hear me?" And I was getting no response. And then I looked across and I saw that my connection had dropped, so I had to go reboot it. So whatever you said, I'm sure it was supremely intelligent. So let's go on from you then. Let's go to X0.
But a woman, I will finish.
No, please. We were following a sequence when I dropped off. So please,
yes, you are asking me about. So sorry. Okay, I wait for my turn.
You about anything. My goodness me, man. Just sorry.
Okay, I wait for my.
Just please. Sorry, it's just sometimes it's a bit much. It's a bit much, you know. Just trying to balance all these big personalities and then somebody woofing at you. But let's go on to X0. X0, we've not heard from you. I don't think we have X0 anymore. So let's go to. Sorry, we've heard from Truth to Power. We have from Rational Mind. We've heard from Ete. We've heard from CBD. We were going to X0. We've heard from Ajanle Koko. Let's go to Teobala. Teobala, let's hear from you.
Wama, thank you so much. Like I said before, please. Let's factor in the future of our children, the future of Nigeria. It's not because where I'm from. Remember, I'm in the US today. I can walk to any organization, apply for a job. They will not ask me where I'm from. They will give me that job based on my competence. If you're in UK today, you can freely do anything, own a car, do all sorts of things, you know. Why? Because there is a good system that works. So what am I trying to say in essence is that we should not advocate for somebody because it's from my side or it's from South or it's for Southeast or it's for anybody. Let's vote competency. Let's advocate for competency. Having listened to Ahmed Bola Tinubu, with all due respect, he has done well, as in his own capacity. But with this era, with this modern day technology, and with the transition of where the world is going today, I don't think Ahmed Tinubu is fit for that position. Imagine we are in a war. Look at what Zelensky is doing in Ukraine. Ahmed Tinubu cannot do that. Remember, in 2030, UK will be emission of carbon, whatever. They are talking about artificial intelligence in projecting every area of their sector, including football. We are talking about innovations. Then you are not coming up with, as in, he has tried, at least he has tried. But if at all, maybe, for instance, maybe you want to advocate for Yoruba presidency, Osinbajo is there. Let's be faced with two. Maybe, for instance, Osinbajo is, okay, let's assume Osinbajo is debating with Peter Obi, is debating with Atiku, who is already in PDP. Then let's have something important. No matter where the ball fall into, at least we'll still have hope. Tinubu is good though. At least if he's not able, he can play a capable hand to represent him in doing society. But like what somebody said here, we can't afford another UK president again, whereby you'll be spending 2 weeks in UK, another 1 week, 2 days in Nigeria. No, please. And he has mentioned so many things, what he has done, fine, good. And talking about storing food, do this and that, fine, is a great idea. But there are more better ways. There are more better ways that people are even bringing on board. I'm not saying we should support this a particular candidate or not supporting this particular candidate.
What was the example of that better way?
Can you hold on, please? I'll come to you in a moment. But
okay, example of that
I want everybody to just have a. Okay, go on.
Okay, fine. Automation. Are you getting it? I don't know your feed. At least you have where you are now. You are seeing so many things. We are talking about insecurity today. Most of this security way of tackling it is automation. You cannot be everywhere looking at your back. I don't know how to put it now, but with technology, what am I trying to bring up in essence is that Tinubu have tried. It should give room. It should give way to more brilliant and more energetic youth to take over power, because he will not be able to lead Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Theobala. So I didn't cut you off. Well, I wanted everybody just to have that space to run at it. So you get the space to run at it. Hopefully you saw the clip, Thomas. So what are your thoughts on Tinubu?
One man, thank you for having me, and thank you, everybody. I will implore everybody, let's like the station, let's like the channel, like and subscribe. Then we can continue what we are doing. One man, Tinubu, what he said, it makes sense to me. All what he said, it makes sense to me. And I think Tinubu will make a good president. Even though he has said this several times, that's what I'm vying for. Is not to go and fight Oliver, go and fight Mike Tyson. So I think it will make a good president, and it will make a good cabinet as well. So it's your cabinet that will make you as a president. Even though if you are a good president, as a good person, your personality is good. If you don't have a good cabinet, this is still not going to work for you. But I think Tinubu will make a good cabinet, which will translate to a good president. About shaking or not shaking, I don't care. If you want to shake, you can shake. Everybody is saying he has tried. Atiku too has tried. So why Atiku don't go and sit down and said, I've tried? At least Atiku has been a vice president. Why don't you go and sit down? So if you want it, you should go for it. And I know you will make a good president. At least I can see what Lagos has turned to today. Once before, on that bridge of Oshodi, nobody can pass there. Nobody. I witnessed that. Nobody can pass on that bridge of Oshodi. But what Tinubu did, bring this transformation to Lagos till today. They can do more, but there are transformation in Lagos. And we can link it to Tinubu in any way. If you talk of Fashola, if you talk of Ambode, talk of the present governor now, what they call Babajide. So Tinubu will make a good president. That is my submission. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So before I come to you, Ola, let me acknowledge the super chats that came in whilst I was temporarily kicked off the space. So it looks as though it's AI efficiency that is using that function at the moment. And it's super chatted twice. First to say, not a supporter of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but he did not say what he has not done before. Talk about his points, forget about his health. He won't become the president. So I don't know quite what he won't become the president means, but he's insisting AI efficiency or she, that is not a supporter of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He did not say what he has not done before, and he cited examples that I've done this, that, and the other before. Talk about his points. So yes, and then he goes on to add, this is AI efficiency still with a different super chart. He says, it's not about promoting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please speak about the primary issues and not the health. If you are against Bola Ahmed Tinubu's points, please give credible alternatives. So thank you for the super chats, AI efficiency. As we go to Ola, so that clip, of course, Tinubu at the screening. What did you make of it?
Thank you, everyone. My own point there is this. Yes, I prefer to treat issues. I don't want to start criticizing for criticizing sake. You see one thing about what Bola Tinubu is saying is this. When I ask Tiobala that what will you have done better in terms of agriculture, he's talking about automation. What's the relationship between automation and agriculture? Now, this is where you find the automation. Now, this guy is saying, I'm going to guarantee, I'm going to everything you are producing, you already have ready-made market for it, just like Awolowo was doing. Now, it's left for the government now to say, okay, how do I build value chain around these products? Now, building value chain, guarantee this thing, that one is telling you indirectly that I will create job without even telling you. Because one of the easiest jobs to create is to force people, to push people to the farm and to let them make value through the lands they have within their locality. Granted, it has to provide a security for that thing to function. So there's nothing to criticize about that one. And this guy is talking about electricity, and he made mention of Aaron. The model you see today that all the state governors, for example, they are now using a generator or whatever, or gas run this into to power
their ministries and parastatals in the state, because the federal government is not allowing them to distribute that you want them to transmit. Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the one that pioneered that. He was the one that took Obasanjo up. They took them to court, everything, to make sure that they removed the exclusivity from the exclusive list. This guy, that's what he did. Now, in terms of agriculture, do you know that why individual states that they have land in their state, they are not doing agriculture? Lagos State, they have to be partnering with some state in the north for agriculture and for agriculture. So, see, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we may not like him. Yeah, truly, some great leaders, you give power to those people maybe younger than you, and you ensure they implement your vision. If you are going to castigate someone, let us just give better points, at least for people that will be listening to us, people that are taking us seriously, to know the better alternatives there. So to me, that this guy, yeah, he said may not be okay, but it doesn't mean that he's saying rubbish. I see people that say he's a slow in this kind of thing. Man, to me, I didn't see anything sluggish in what this means. I listened to his brain. I listened to whether this guy is addressing issues. Now, Obi, fine, is addressing issues. Others are addressing issues. Let's make this thing issue-based, and let's see whosoever they are going to push to us. To me, the presentation of that guy, there is nothing wrong there. As a matter of fact, I believe that is what the country needs. Whether Ahmed Bola Tinubu will now become is another thing entirely, I don't know. It's left to Nigerians to decide. But to me, there's nothing wrong with that man.
All right, thank you, Ola. So, Victor C, he contributes. Tinubu is another savior, holy. So, holy, the Jagaban of GBT is another savior. So there it is right there. Let me take. I'll just take one more talking point, and then we'll call it a day. All right. So this skirmish between I put it in CBD because this is something that has been going on for quite a few weeks now. This skirmish that is going on between the Northerners and the Easterners are in CBD. Let me bring you the headline. We won't allow campaigns for Igbo presidential candidates in the North, Arewa Consultative Forum or Arewa Group. So there it is right there. So this back and forth between the Northerners and the Easterners, this is something now that is slowly bubbling into something that might well prove to be a disaster in CBD.
Yeah, well, if that headline is anything to go by, then it clearly shows that whether people in the South acknowledge it or not, it's the Igbos have always, or should I say the Southeast have always been and let me not just say Southeast, some parts of the South have always been the opposing, the most potent opposing force to the North. And I'm not saying other people are not doing their own, but I'm saying the most potent in my view, in my opinion. So, and that's just what it is, because we find some other people sometimes want to play politics, want to speak something in the front and say another thing in the back. But the most of the guys from the Southeast and some part of the South, they are saying it face to face, telling these people that we will not tolerate this thing. We need to give them credit. It has nothing to do. See it as me being tribal, no problem. But that's just what I feel. That's what I believe. We have always used the Igbos have always used themselves as a kind of more of a body shield for most parts of for the entire South in most cases. And unfortunately, the tribalism in the South will not even allow anybody to acknowledge that fact, yet they will even come for those evil people and go, you did this, you are trying to dominate what. These are the people that have been talking, going back and forth with these guys. If not for the contributions of these guys, a lot of these things we're even talking by now, we won't be talking. By now, probably the entire South would have just been, subservient, to in its entirety to to the north. That's my view. But if they don't allow that, they will be doing. They are not doing Igbo people any. They are doing themselves. They are not. It's not going to be to the detriment of the Igbos or to the southeast. You don't want them to hold. You fasten the whole process of this disintegration or separation. That's why I keep telling you they like saying all that, but at the end of the day, we understand them more because they know that we are not afraid of that. That's what we've been asking for. Many people from the southeast.
Do you know why the Arewa group said that?
No, well, okay, it's important to know, but I don't really feel that. Well, you can just bring the backstory to it if there's any.
A couple of days ago, in fact, on Saturday, really, when Atiku won the PDP presidential ticket, the Easterners, they were so miffed as to how that thing transpired that they said Atiku would never be president of Nigeria. And they said they were not going to allow him to campaign in Nigeria, in the Southeast. And they said anybody that they're going to put an embargo on anybody either campaigning for him or projecting him, and they will enforce that. So it is to that the Arewa group is responding to.
Yeah. Obviously, you cannot kick someone in the wherever, and you expect that person not to retaliate in any way that he knows how to, because you saw what they did in PDP just to make sure that an Igbo person does not get that ticket. All of a sudden,
is that a good comment? Is that a good comment to say that?
All of a sudden, there's no longer zoning between the north and the south. They've removed it from
the answer Thomas' question.
Thomas put a question to you.
Yeah, but if you don't have answer, what will you do now? Okay, let me try to answer it. So
you are too tribal, man. You are too tribal. My guy, I like you. I like everything about you. But when it comes
you are accusing CBD of the same thing you do. You are very tribal. We know
Let me finish now. Let me finish. I put to you now. I said the statement they make in the East, is that a good comment? And you are dodging it.
Well, Thomas, listen. The statement they made in the East, I said it from the beginning. The question you asked me, I answered it before you even asked. I said you cannot shortchange, let me put it in a better way, the East, and you expect them not to retaliate. So any retaliation to stand up for yourself or to defend yourself is a good thing. If that is the question, if that's the answer you're looking for. But the point I'm trying to make is that, these people, they did this thing, they changed the constitution, everything, shouting all over the place that is not compulsory to zone, and after all that, and they expect that the East or the Igbos will stay and just be clapping for them, happy, shouting BUHARI, Atiku. It's not possible now. Does it make any sense? Even if you hate the Igbos with all of your soul, you cannot condemn them or blame them for retaliating in any way they know how to, as long as it's not against the law. If people boycott, is boycotting against the law? If people say they are not going to support, will you force them? So you want to slap them and you tell them to accept it. So they definitely do what they need to do. So the not coming back, that is like they want to bring another offensive. So it will be like 2-1. But you see, the truth of the matter is this. If they go that route, they know that they are going to even help the agitations and whatever that is going on in the South, especially in the Southeast. It's going to help the cause. So whatever they need to do, you need to understand that at this point, most of us Igbo people or Southeastern or whatever you want to call them, they are, you know, they've gotten to the point whereby they are not even, they don't have anything anymore that they will say that they are holding on to. So what will, you know, what exactly will their threats symbolize or signify to the East? You know, so they should do it, and we are tired of hearing that they will, they will, they will. That's what they've been saying. But at the end of the day, they can't, because they still need they still need people to be under them. You understand? They don't want an equal nation. They want a nation whereby they are on top and, you know, lording it over every other person. And we cannot continue like that. You know, we can't continue like that.
Oh, all right, thank you, Nsibidi. So someone's just accused me of fake news in the comment section because I was giving Nsibidi the backdrop to what led the Northerners to say that it is off the back of a threat that was made by the Southeasterners. So I've put the link, but let me just read you this. So I don't often trade in fake news. 2023, Atiku will never be president of Nigeria, OHANAEZE declares. The Apex Igbo Social Political Organization, OHANAEZE Indigo Worldwide, has declared that the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar will never become Nigeria's president. The body made the statement. The body, in a statement, condemned, let me take that entirely all over again. The Apex Igbo Social Political Organization, OHANAEZE Indigo Worldwide, has declared that the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, will never become Nigeria's president. The body, in a statement, condemned the election process, describing it as erratic and corrupt, that was overseen by the unpatriotic Northerners against the southern part of the country. OHANAEZE Secretary General Mazi Okechukwu Isigozoro stressed that the Igbos would rise up against Atiku, adding that his presidential campaign will be rejected in the southeast. He said, "It is amusing that PDP is now a political party for the northern region, with Dr. Oyochia Ayu as PDP chair, Walib Jibril as Board of Trustee chair, and Atiku Abubakar as 2023 presidential candidate. PDP has fulfilled her threat to sideline the Igbos in 2023, and we will carefully answer back to them." Another Northerner, Senator David Mark, supervised the process that skimmed out Igbos from PDP. The consequences of the 2022 PDP convention will be a discontinuity of milking Igbo votes by a party that butchered the Igbo dreams. We are waiting for the APC presidential primary to take place so that we can make a final decision on whether or not Igbos will participate in the 2023 election. Atiku Abubakar will be opposed in the southeast, and no Igbo is anticipated to champion or project Atiku's presidency in the east. Nobody is going to take the risk of campaigning for Atiku in the east, since the PDP is now a regional northern political party. Atiku will not have Igbo support him in 2023. He cannot be president of Nigeria in 2023. Indigo will rise against PDP and Atiku as a price for PDP's ingratitude and dishonesty against Igbos. So please don't accuse me of pervading fake news. You know, that's the so that's to you, King Giwa, who accused me of fake news. So
one man. What yeah. Thomas was asking whether what the Southeasterners were doing was right, and accusing Nsibidi of being tribal. Why him is being tribal by not acknowledging the fact that the Southeast have been marginalized clearly by the PDP because they've been loyal to the PDP to the core.
No, that's a different narrative, but it's just this guy. It says it says one man. Where's your source? Where's your source from? Fake news. So that's from the Independent. So if you want to point fake news, point it in the direction of the Independent. But let's hear from Truth to Power, who wanted to come in.
I think I don't think that's fake news as it were. It was in the dailies, but there's a counter narrative to that only about 4 hours ago. So OHANAEZE came out and they said they never did that. They never said that. And there's a link there. There's a link to that I've just posted in the chat. So it's a counter narrative too. So this one, the news item you just read now is about a day or two. You said Saturday precisely. There's a latest one about 4 hours ago that denied that claim blatantly. So we don't know which.
Are they recounting though off the back of the aggression from the north? Are they recounting?
They said so. So this latest one was given by there's a specified name and it's somebody that I actually looked up, and that person is saying they never threatened Atiku. So that was not the case. They never said that. They've not, in fact, they said they never took any position, as it were, regarding the elections of Saturday.
All right.
Yeah,
so that's.
I was thinking that maybe other voices, but not an organization. OHANAEZE, they are more political.
Are you trying to reverse your chest beating? You were chest beating earlier on.
No. I'm not reversing. And that's what I'm saying, that OHANAEZE as a group, or I don't see them just making those kind of statements. But I'm telling you that it's a valid position that any group or people from the Southeast can take. And they cannot be blamed for that, because they are, that's a moral, obligation that they have, just to stand up for themselves. So, but I'm saying that on OHANAEZE with their political, so I don't see them coming out to put that statement like that. But
but you know what they're like now with their unknown gunmen and whatnot.
So unknown government now is part of OHANAEZE is now in the narrative.
It's not a part of the loop. Is it not? I'm just asking you, because that thread, there's an undercurrent of unknown government in that thread now.
There's no unknown government.
You are confident that
you're doing what the Yoruba media does best.
which is what?
I'm
not asking you if you
media. I feel guilty calling it that, but most of the media from the Southwest, you're doing what they do best. These narratives and all that propaganda news. One man.
No, I'm just asking you that if you are confident that the unknown government are not a subsect of OHANAEZE and Igbo. You are confident that they are not.
Government they are a non-entity. It's just like they are not a major player. They are not agitation. They are not a part of the agitation. These are just some people that probably are trying to, they are just, how do they say that word? Is it anarchy? Yeah, these are just some people perpetrating some kind of anarchy. These are people that are not attached to any group. They just feel like they want to do what they need to do, which is in most cases is criminality, so they are definitely not aligned to any credible group of the Southeast. So those are just and now they are almost even out of the play, because now there are very strong security measures that have been taken against them in places like Imo, Anambra, especially Anambra, and you won't even hear those guys in a few, because they are all on the run right now. I even learned that one of their native doctor, or should I say witch doctor, that is doing some whatever charms for them, the guy has been running. They have put like a lot of bounty on his head and all that. So those are not,
So that should peter down somewhat the cannibalism then, if their native doctor is on the run.
Which can one man is like you want fight at the ending of your towards the ending of
I want
you're looking for closing fights, one man.
I wonder how long a meal I will be in this. Somebody as fat as me, they will probably like a full week's meal in it.
We'll see video. You have to tell us how it is now.
Well, is it like chicken? Or does it take like you got die?
One man, you that you're eating the one you're eating there. Do you know where it's from?
I'm eating raisins.
Yeah, but no. I will not even start talking on that. There's that. I don't know that it's that issue that I think it was in Imo State where they said they founded some roasted. They found some. They found some. They found some.
This is a conversation where this is a conversation. Do they season it? Is it seasoned?
No, they found some people roasting. Doesn't mean that they were eating them, one man.
No. They're just roasting it for the dogs or the dogs now, dog meat. My goodness me.
But
I just want to know if they season it. Do they season it?
Season what? What is that? Have I ever seen somebody that is even in those days in Lagos when I see people doing jungle justice, burning. I don't even look at that scene. I see people gather looking. I've never looked at that because
it's you don't want it in your head, do you?
Because I've never looked at those things. I saw something some time ago. Since then, I don't know. It took me a very long time to get it over. Like this, and that was like on a December Christmas, like 24th or so. I saw like somebody that was just, smooth. Should I say smoothed on the ground by a trailer, and the trailer, I think they stopped. If you move forward, they had punctured the tires and they had stopped it, but that's image. So
it's too disturbing. That's why a lot of these clips that circulate, I don't watch them because I don't want things like that in my, I don't want to.
So since then, if I see anything, I just look at the other way first, if it's possible. But someone told me it's not good that if you meet, if you see maybe like some people gathering for, some kind of accident like that, you should also, we usually say we just walk past, it doesn't concern us. But at the end of the day, they are saying, is it not human being that will go and discover who it is and try to, contact the family and all that. So you never know who is that person. So I feel like also that's also a valid point.
All right. All right. Thank you. So let me just respond to this guy who's been mocking me. If you look at the content of my cup, you'll see that it's raisins. So it's not Dele Momodu. You can see it. Let me show you. It's raisins, not pounded yam like Dele Momodu. This guy trying to compare me to Dele Momodu. You see, this my size is muscles or every inch, 6 packs. But no, I don't think 6 packs of gold, But let's go to Tony and let's get his soundings on the Tinubu clip, and then we start to round off. So Tony, to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes. So I just want to beg everybody that, like I pleaded yesterday, that we should unite, for one candidate like Tinubu. Not that he's the best man. He's not a good man. We all know that, but at least he's a southerner. And that is what the message of OHANAEZE is sending out right now when they say that they are waiting for the nominee of the APC. I suspect I'm suspecting that they are not referring to anybody from the south at all, and that's what we should be doing. So like Demejiniana, David Mark, and the others, you see, so they don't have to abandon their own. They know that when they get it, that the North will still continue to look better than our place. Because if we look at our place now, if we don't unite, our place will become, more decay in the next years to come. So because northern Nigeria is looking very pretty right now, like Europe, despite the fact that it's going on there, So that's what I have to say, about Tinubu. So Tinubu is the right man. If you don't get it, they will tear the country into two. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Ready your scissors. Ready your scissors. So, my brother,
no. I've said it yesterday in CBD because I said that no matter what you guys are saying here, the Yorubas are moving towards you guys, via us, via the South. That's the truth. You look at the you see the players, Yoruba leaders, notable ones. They are saying that okay, they must give it to Southeast. They must do this. If they don't do it to Southeast, then they refer back to how it was played back in the days, and then they are trying to forget about the past grievances or all these shenanigans. Let us come together as brothers. Let's forget about the past now. So we look toward a better future for us, because these people don't trust the North, because forget about yesterday I made mention of David Mark being the leader of that place there, and then this Ayoche, and then I beg you people to forget about Southeast, forget about all those Bongos Ikwe or Peter Okoye when they for that side. So forget them. We have Ogbe's there also. We have all those Yoruba names, names in the middle belt. Let's forget about them. Let's concentrate on our place. So once we get Southern Nigeria, then they may decide to join us later. But Kwara State and Kogi State, that one na ground zero for them. You see?
Tony, you can't be serious, honestly. Okay.
I'm too serious. It's ground zero now will be for them, because we are going to get that place back naturally. Because these are our people. If you go to Edo State, you enter Kogi State. We have Igara, then we have Ibilo. All those places there. You have Benin people. You see all this Tunde Iriagbon. You see the names there. You see they all mix up Yoruba and Benin names. If you go to Ibira, they are the same. Yoruba and Benin.
He has carried Benin campaign into Kwara and Kogio.
No, we're not. No. Southern Nigeria, including yourself.
Everybody is land grabbing now.
No, I'm not grabbing land with one man. I'm just saying that we should unite. That is the problem with this Southeasterners right now. I beg you people, please. Unugo, Biko, Unugo. Okuya, my friend, Okuya. You see, BD. Try to, that day, Alexander Gomez was commending you that you are a very nice guy, but I don't know, but in the this past week, you have been too hard. Like today now, the discussion I had you people arguing about who is more greater, or who is it. Like yesterday, we talked about Sogore versus Peter Obi. We all know that Sogore is more popular. Then I want to ask you a question. Would you say that Nnamdi Kanu, Peter Obi is more popular than Nnamdi Kanu politically? Answer that question for me, because I was.
Which kind of question beyond this one, man?
Hold on. Is Peter Obi more popular than Nnamdi Kanu politically in the Nigerian space? It's a simple question.
Mr. Tony, good evening, sir.
I don't ask you. I'm asking Ete and this guy. Yesterday, one man said that Ete was already gone. I will try to ask that question. So Nnamdi Kanu and the Sowore, they are the same level when it comes to popularity politically. Whether you like it or not. So Peter Obi was just a governor.
Is Nnamdi Kanu a politician? Is Nnamdi Kanu a politician?
Yes, because hold on. You think Peter Obi came into lamplight? Hold on, my friend. Hold on, let them discuss it.
Hold on, Ete. Sorry, Thomas. Sorry, hold on, Ete. Is Nnamdi Kanu a political figure?
Nnamdi Kanu is agitating. He has nothing to do.
No, is he a political figure? Is he a political figure?
Tony, talk now. Why are you?
No, it was to Ete. Is Nnamdi Kanu a political figure?
Why are you asking it? Why can't you ask Tony?
Tony is not.
No, I asked the question yesterday.
Tony said Nnamdi Kanu is a politician.
It's irrelevant. That question is irrelevant.
No, what do you mean it's irrelevant? He's putting the point. How do you, what is relevant to the people asking?
It's not political in any way. It's like saying, what is his name? This Yoruba guy that's in detention in Benin is playing politics. It's not.
He's a political figure. So of course, Sunday is a
presidential race. Agitation has nothing to do with presidential race. Sure, even if you want to put it
yesterday, I was trying to ask you a very simple question. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Yesterday, I asked about you. One man said you're already gone. So please let me not speak so loud here, because I'm trying to promote our unity together. Okay. So Nnamdi Kanu and Peter Obi, who is more popular politically, whose idea is more, cherished in Nigeria, because when all the things that he have been telling you guys, I don't know the things that are happening right now. So if Nnamdi Kanu, hold on, if Peter Obi came into limelight via the Pandora paper, Nobody know Peter Obi. I don't know Peter Obi before. You know me? I know that once upon a time there was a governor in Anambra State. You know, like Obiano.
So you don't know vice president, vice presidential candidate.
No, candidate is not. You know, that is he want to be. He wanna be. Hold on, he wanna be. He want to be. He never be. He never be. You know, he never be. So, but Nnamdi Kanu is more popular than Peter Obi, and is more relevant to everybody.
You just said something just now that make me. I was not really happy about, and it showed that we Nigerians we are the one killing that country. You said Tinubu is corrupt. You don't like him. Because it's your own person, you want to support him.
No, I didn't say because my own person. I said because he's going to use that, that Jaguda, that GBT. It will take the sorcery. It will bring the sorcery. Whether he bring light or he don't bring anything, but he's going to do that because he has been offended by these people. Now it's time for a payback.
Enjoy good life.
Please, let's Tony talk before I question him.
Yes.
Please, one by one, please. Let's Tony talk. Then you.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, what was saying that Tinubu, we don't like him here. Everybody knows that. But the way the game went yesterday, we see people using money to buy votes and everything openly on TV sets. How do you want how do you want these people to recognize us? Hold on. They say let me speak. How do you want international community to regard Nigeria political scene? No, hold on. You know, look, Abuja man, from Auchi, let me speak, please, sir. So how I mean, the country you are right now, you are in the USA. Assuming that there's a TV, a news, CNN reporting what transpired in Nigeria yesterday, how will you be feeling? Where people are using money to buy vote, that is openly, not be saying a secret. Normally people will say, okay, bribery, corruption, and secret. A country where police have to just stop you and take money from your hand, drive you to the bank.
Tony, let me ask you, did Tinubu tell you that he was going to bring restructuring to the South?
He's going to do it. You don't have to say everything because we have seen the body language. And then don't forget that he's going to hold on. He's going to, he's the only guy that we know that is going to assemble a very solid team. A solid team. Those are, those are Nahoro boys. Anthony Nahoro. Hold on. True federalism. No, hold on. Let me finish. The Nahoro boys, the first order, they are with him. Them fire me. All those people, they are the Nahoro boys. All this Nadeko. All this. I mean, so don't worry. When Tinubu comes in, we can approach him.
The same in Nahoro and all the people that.
So Bashibidi, nevertheless, let us unite ourselves. Let us unite ourselves from this platform, so that it can, then it can translate to the Nigerian society. Please, sir, let don't forget. I love people too much.
My brother, you have your nobody is telling you not to support Tinubu, but please leave us. We are not interested.
Then to another topic which was discussed tonight, hold on, that to show that I be listening, is about Sanusi. Sanusi is very, very fine man. He was able to stabilize our currency as a central bank governor. Very brilliant man. He's from the King's College, or the Student Association, with them Igodaro. This Itwa Igodaro. Those people that people have been pushing to venture to politics. That Sanusi is the person that pointed out about 12 years ago during a graduation ceremony in Okada University, Igbination University. He said that Nigeria politicians are running this country aground, that the capital expenditure is only 30% or be 10%, that the rest is just recurrent and for pay salaries and everything. They are sharing the money. He said that country will go to fall down. And what is happening today? So, but because it's a non-tanana, if he's coming as a vice president, that's very fine to Peter Obi. Very beautiful. Sanusi will take over. He knows the international community so much. He knows the type of games. He knows the vested interest. You know what I say? I mean, you guys, so we are supporting Peter Obi also now. So Sanusi is a very fine man. Forget about the religion, but so long he's not coming as a president, as a vice president, it's okay. He's going to use that his power to regulate our economy. He's a very fine man. Please, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. And we seek to start to round off here. We round off in the absence of Alajan Lekoko to land on truth to power, and we kick it off with our rational mind. So, rational mind, we're taking closing remarks.
Yeah, one man. Thank you, Well, man, thank you, everybody, our listeners, the audience, and those in the room here. Well, for me, I think we've said it all for the most part, even though we didn't touch every topic for today. I see just this as the beginning of the this whole thing going on. I just hope APC will cede their ticket to the North. That's the only way I think that thing can be. We can have Southerners can have reasons to want to break up that country if they so desire that way. But if they have to give it to another Southerner, then I see Atiku, which possibly too, Atiku too will have another challenge in the person of this man, Kwankwaso. But let's see how this whole thing plays out. But what baffles me is that our people never learn from the treachery of our people from the North. These are the same people who said power should go to the South, power should go to the South. But in the actual sense of it, in their real action, they did not do that. Midway to just change the goalpost. That tells us that we cannot continue like this with this kind of people who have no respect for rules, and who have no regard for the Constitution or whatever. I mean, these kind of people, I just don't know how long are we going to continue like this in this contraption whereby we have to go through this rigmarole every time. They will change the goalposts midway. So it's up to the elites to learn that these people are not reliable. It's up for them to now start thinking of maybe option B or C or whatever they have. To me, I say it, as long as we have this contraption and this set of people from the North, we will never move forward. Well, thank you, one man, and thank you, everybody. Hope to see you all in the next session.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. So that was Rational Mind, a regular contributor on the platform. From Rational Mind, let's go on to Ete, another regular contributor on the platform. So Ete, you know the format.
Yes, today was a very interesting and rowdy session. Opinions were shared, and as expected. Anyway, what I want to say to conclude is that we should stop all these permutations and all these discouragements to the youth. We should allow them to exercise their franchise and push the way that they feel they can push. And people keep on talking about structure this, structure that. They fail to understand that the people are the structure. They fail to understand that the drive that the Obi's administration has right now is even higher than the drive that the NSAS has. Just watch and see the way people will be doing Jehovah Witness style sensitization of voters. You'll be amazed that Obi will get even more than 12 million votes. Mark my words. I've been saying this. I've heard people say 2 million votes, 1 million votes, and it makes me laugh. They forget that over 55 million of Nigerians didn't vote in the last election. And that is a huge amount of Nigerians. So I am banking on the fact that I'm sure out of that 55 million, Peter Obi will get 12 million. And the rate of PVC registration has been the highest since democracy has come to Nigeria. Has been the highest this period. And definitely those people that are registering their PVC are not doing that for Atiku or Tinubu. We all know who they are doing it for. So we should stop discouraging and pushing and laughing at the efforts of Peter Obi and spreading some false news. We shall see when he gets to Aso Rock and the change is going to bring, because him getting to Aso Rock benefits all of us. We are the ones that's going to enjoy from his administration. So that is it for me today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ete. So Ete not at all shaking in any manner in the support for Peter Obi. Peter Obi is his man, and he's unabashed about it. So from Ete, we go on to, let's go to X0 just to see if it's there, so we can remove him from the screen. X0, we're taking closing remarks. No, Exiro has gone to bed. So thank you, Exiro, for your company. So let's go then from let's go to Theobala. Theobala, closing remarks.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate you, one man, for being able to organize this platform. Thank you so much. I want to advise Tinubu, first of all, to vacate political scene. It's not, at least he should just vacate that political scene. Let people who have energetic power and all these things to be able to take that affair. But if they refuse, if APC want to make mistake, I'll be very happy by giving it to Tinubu. Peter Obi will definitely floor them both in debate and everything. Nigeria are now wiser. But if APC must at least do something, they should give it to Sibajo at last. If I thought they want to ring it, I know they are ringing it to a better person again, it will be okay. We should all come out, synthesize everyone. Peter Obi is the right candidate for that job. And I wish you all a very good night. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Theobala. So thank you, Theobala, who's now joining us with some frequency. So thank you, Theobala. We go on from Theobala to Tony. Tony, closing remarks.
Thank you very much, sir, for letting me in, even though I was so late, sir. Thank you, sir. So, Tinubu might not be so sound, in your face, in your faces, but the team matters a lot. You know what I'm saying. So, and then to the, question of whether it's physical or not, it is not him. It's very sound in brain. Even if he can't speak at all, it's still going to be better than the president that you don't see at all now. That you don't see the president, you don't know whether he's alive or whether is somewhere in the graveyard. So nobody knows. So, but this Tinubu will not be speaking with via process. That's what we're talking about. Then to the Igbos, that we want to see the truth. We have to be saying the truth to power every time. If they are presenting David Umahi right now, that's the best guy. And then to Ete, if you are still listening, why don't you promote Donald Duke? No, we are just picking people that we know that people that have been tested. That's what it is all about. So we see about Tinubu because of this Eco-Atlantic and all these train projects that initiated, or he tried to, initiate, even though it was a Jack and Dave's program, which was abandoned by the other administrators, the administrations, the past administration, but he came to bring it, up alive. That's what we're talking about. We're talking also about a Nahoro legacy of restructuring, either by crook or by any way. So if Tinubu gets there, judging by the way this portrayed in now, then he's going to do something. He's going to surprise us. Okay, please, I beg all the Yorubas also, all the Benis, all the Ijos, all the Akwa Ibom that have something, or all the Igbos, please. Honestly, is already dishing out some nice message right now. It's a hope that we are, at the end of the day, we are going to unite as, as one Southern Nigerians. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir. One man. I hope that people will be turning up. Okay, but today is very, very impressive. I know. Before I joined, I control that already. Thank you very much to the commentators, and then thank you for the people that are really liking this page and that are making this platform to go far and wide, because this is the time that we need it now, because the election will not count. So, by the way, anyways, so at least anybody that can restore this power, then we will approach him. That is the man we call Tinubu. Good night, everybody.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So that's Tony just in his own words. So Tony in his own words, and in CBD now in his own words, in CBD closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you for a very lively session. And, I think the third force, any Nigerian, anybody that is telling us about rallying around the South now that is not looking at the third force, I don't know what that person is thinking. Because that's where we see hope, that's where we see change, and that's where we see possibilities. And the momentum is growing, it will grow more. We keep on talking about the Tinubu and all that, and at the end of the day, you think the North will, like I said yesterday, you think they will still play? You think they are playing with their future or their interest? that they will give to somebody that will come and restructure for you. Let us, we have to try now, we have to stop being delusional, you know. We have to stop being delusional and having this. If it's for tribal sentiment, Tony's own, I don't think it's for tribal sentiment, but for our brothers from the south, brothers and sisters from the southwest that might be doing this Tinubu campaign because of their tribal sentiments, you have to think twice, you know, that just be honest and say it. Don't come and tell us that we are hoping on some imaginary restructuring and imaginary power that Tinubu will bring to the South. You know, so because the North will never fight against themselves, unless if they are all on the same page. There's nothing that Tinubu will do, even if they give him the ticket. And if you feel like Tinubu must do it, then that's the reason why they will never give it to him. So where we see hope and all that is in the South, is in the third force. Peter Obi, support Peter Obi. The momentum will grow. Push it. It is possible. If you're thinking it's not possible, that one is your honor, but it is very much possible. And we are there. We will be there to the end. We cannot fight. We cannot carry weapon on the street. So that is how we have always been saying we should take it by vote, by politics. Now we are playing politics. And people are still complaining and crying. All right. So thank you so much for this session, one man, and like, share, and all that, and yeah, thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So thank you, Nsebide. So that's Nsebide, no mistaking, and there's no one else like. Is that good or bad? Is the question. There's no one else like Nsebide, oh boy, is that good or bad? No one else like Ola, of course, as well. Ola, closing remarks.
Well, man, thank you for hosting this program. One thing that I want to reinforce is this. Yeah, we are fond of calling one another tribalistic when we are all guilty of the same offense. We are quickly accusing another one of. Because when you look at our discussion generally, it's centered around the tribal. That is why some will pit the tent around Tinubu, some will say Peter Obi. You will say, oh, I'm not tribalistic, but exactly what you are doing, your interest, what is driving your interest is that tribal this thing. Now, what do I need to say is this, please? If we really want that country to move forward, we should be talking of content. And let's stop personal attacks on all the politicians. Yes, we know what is happening, but let us see, are these people talking senses? Now, okay, if you have reason you don't want that politician to do that, can this person transfer everything they want to do to another person? Yeah, you can give advice. Okay, Tinubu has this brilliant idea, but you have this against him. Okay, can he transfer it to another person? Will that person be able to buy it from that buy his idea? Good. That is what we should be discussing. Because, for example, Tinubu, we are talking today, like I said the other time, there is nothing he's saying he has never done. Restructuring, he did it, and he dared Obasanjo on that local government creation that he took the case up to Supreme Court. He's talking of agreed something. He did it. He went as far as outside the Lagos to partner with the northern state to buy this thing. There was a time they guarantee the purchase of cassava. They were asking people to go and plant for cassava, and they will buy to convert to industrial starch. So, see, even saying that alone is telling you that his policy will create job immediately and they will build valuation around that. So it's not easy to even quantify the number of jobs that will bring. It might bring 1 million jobs within a year. So you look at those things, you look at it critically. Is this saying a good thing? But, oh, okay, but the status of this man, will he be able to do that? Let's get this thing right. It's not because of sickness that is not allowing Buhari to deliver. No, it's just because of his own mindset. It's not following the program of his party. That is why he's not delivering anything. He has his own cook agenda. So let us make issue. Let us do this thing based on issue. So as long as we do that, we won't fall to the same personal attack they put on Jonathan to the extent that we forgot issues and we now went ahead just to dump Jonathan out and the next thing, boom, Buhari. And after 8 years, almost 8 years now, we are witnessing the impact. Yeah, is Obi saying something right? Of course, yes. Obi too has a very good point. So let us debate issues and let us see how do we make all this to become, how do we put them to reality. Now, any politician that is telling you that is going at the center, they want to go to Abuja, but you are not taking care of your grassroots. You are not taking care of your local government. You are not taking care of your state assembly. You just want to go and win presidency. Man, I cannot waste my energy on such politician. I won't deceive you. You can't even win your state. You can't win your local government. And you want to become the president. You are joking, man. That is why that is going to be difficult to defeat whosoever APC and PDP will present. If you want third force, the third force or forces or whatever you call it, they must go to state and capture as many local government, as many constituencies that are possible. Then you can now say, okay, you've covered enough, then you go to the center. But as long as it's number one, this thing you are looking at, honestly, you are joking. It doesn't work that way. It's like you want to capture American market, but you cannot even capture any local market within America and this thing. How will you capture American market at the federal level or globally within America? You are just joking. Whether business, whether politics, whether life process, it doesn't work that way. Before you can, you have to have a source that you can spring from. You don't just say, oh, you just want to go on top of tree without having the roots. It's not possible. So please, let us throw our emotions away. We need to move that country forward. And the best thing is to move the country forward, is to deal with issues, not emotion, fact only. Then, other than that, thank you everyone for coming online. Please thumb up and let us appreciate the host. He's trying his best. All of you too, like I keep saying, we are all trying our best to make sure that we help the country. In a discussion like this, I think some reasonable people, some policymakers, they may have something to pick from us. No, they can go ahead and plagiarize. We don't care. We are making the content available to them. Thank you. Hope to see you later. Good day wherever you are.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So, oh, right. Well, there it is. So it looks as though you've had the final. Okay, I think we have him there somewhere. So it looks as though you may well have had the final word. If we, truth to power, do we still have you?
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So in the absence of the mighty one, a man of equal might, truth to power, this Dorset tones off.
Yeah, thank you so much, one man. We really are indebted to you in many ways for putting this up. And thank you everyone that has offered their contributions so far today. In closing, yes, I just want to sensitize our people. I think it's high time that the vast majority of the youths in Nigeria, we must stop standing by. We must be involved in the political process of our country. Enough of just thinking that there are special people that politics are made for. It's high time that we begin to live and do as the political scientists that every one of us actually is. We need to get into the political process, join the right kind of parties, the parties that chime with our ideologies, the parties that we know can take us to that place, the kind of Nigeria that we want to see. And as we marshal into 2023, we must understand that the power resides with the people. The power resides with the people. If we say we do not want the status quo, then we must be ready to do the right things. We must be ready to be involved in the political process. And as long as the life of the nation continues to exist, as long as Nigeria continues to exist, we must try as much as possible not to fight along ethnic lines or religious lines. We must understand that it is really the political elite against the people. Yes, they are all strange bedfellows, all of them. So long as they can get to power and get their children, they can get their children to the best schools in the world. They allow for the decrepit situation of our educational system. No real tangible dividend of democracy since 1999. So if we want things to change, let's get into the political process. Join the right parties. There is Labour there now for us. There is AAC there that Shore is championing. There are a few good ones that we can research and begin to join and bombard these parties so that we can take these parties by the scruff of the neck and decide the political play of our nation. And I think everyone must work beyond just the political parties now. Everyone must work. All hands must be on deck. If we have to sensitize people, if we have to, and we must do this for love of country. We don't have to be paid in any way. If we want to see our country change, then we must work. We must burn sweat. It takes blood at times. Then we must do all we need to do to ensure that the right system comes to play in 2023. And as for PDP and APC, they failed us one too many times, and it's only a madman that will continue to do the same thing again and again and will expect a different result. It's high time that we need to jettison those parties. They are not the one that decide elections for themselves, as it were. The people, we can beat them to their game, even though they have the machinery and all that. There is only a way that they can rig if we do not come out, if we stand aloof, if we stay on the fence. So it's high time. We have about 200 million people in Nigeria. In the last election, about 84 million people voted, but what registered to vote actually. But what did we see? We saw a low voter turnout. Apathy reigns supreme. We must not let that happen in 2023. We should get our PVC and come out and speak loud and clear. If we don't do that, the powers that be will not respect us. If we don't do that, we'll continue to empower them to cheat us and take us and skim us out of what rightfully belongs to us. So I'll drop the curtains here today. Let's get involved. Let's register as much as we can before it all fizzes. I think maybe today or the next one will be the last time anyone can get their PVC. Do that as much as possible. And for love of country, not just registry, we need to come out en masse and vote our conscience in 2023. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God bless our country. Thank you so much, one man. Good night and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Truth to Power. So that's Truth to Power. He is as intelligent as you. Heard, but sadly he rations it. Maybe we won't see him for another 6 months again, but he will just come and remind us again just what we were missing in the time that he was absent. So that has been the session. Thank you everybody that has participated. It went here, there, and everywhere. Hopefully it landed somewhere. But wherever it landed, that has been what has happened. You did just witness that. That did just happen. The screeching and the squealing, but then, of course, laced at a higher level because, of course, great minds converge to discuss important because, of course, great minds converge, I was going to say, to discuss important matters. So if that is your picadillo, if that is what tickles you, to hear great minds discuss important matters, then this is exactly the place to be. And how you be here is by clicking on the red subscribe button. So if you have been with the session all the way through and you are not yet subscribed, that may well be because your device is away. Just do that so that next time I'm making the call for subscribe, then you don't feel as though I'm addressing you personally. So click on the red subscribe button to make sure that you are subscribed. Click on the like button, of course, because we are seeing the impact of that. So that's really a key thing to click on. So click on like and subscribe. Then having done both, come join me in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on with you. And by the way, tomorrow we resume the 2 sessions again. So there's a 1:15 thereabout, no, maybe 1:30 UK time PM, and then there's a 9:35 UK time PM. The topics will be just as engaging. The most exciting platform on YouTube is here. Anybody will tell you that. So spread the word. As soon as I put it out, the sessions, copy it into your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook, whatever, wherever it is that you mooch around on the internet. Spread the links there and spread the word. And the word, of course, continues in the comment section, where I shall meet you to carry on the conversation. So I leave you here, carry the conversation with you in the comment section. But here I say, peace.